looks like it's got a green dot. It looks like it's picking up something.
Breaking news from the other side of the globe this morning. A strong 6.8 earthquake struck off the coast of Japan. Their meteorological agency says it had an intensity of a low of 5 on the Japanese scale of 0 to 7. The agency has issued a tsunami advisory for the Mizuyoki and Aichi districts, with expected heights of about 3 feet. The epicenter was offshore, with a depth of about 19 miles.
Top 10 Amazon kitchen products of 2024. The first one is the steamer Lisa that begins to spin when the water is boiling. This gadget allows you to open any size jar without using much force, and it also makes it easy to peel back lids. This bowl comes with 3 graters, and the inner bowl tilts, making it easy to drain water, and is perfect for mess-free grating as well as spatter-free mixing. These heat-resistant guards protect your hands from accidental when you're going into the oven. This 6-piece aesthetic knife set comes with all the knives you will need to make food prep and cooking easy. This transparent grater comes with detachable blades and a removable bottom for mess-free grating. This genius oil bottle not only allows you to pour out oil, but it also has a built-in sprayer so you can spray oil where you need it. This BPA-free spatter guard allows you to add water while microwaving so that your food always maintains its moisture. And these stackable trays can hold up to 36 eggs and makes it easy for you to grab eggs in the order that you bought so that the oldest eggs are used first. These are made of stainless steel, can be adjusted to different sizes, and prevent food from falling between your oven and counter. They are all linked in the kitchen favorites category.
Alright guys, following all TikTokers under 10K. You guys want to get to 10K? This is what we're going to do. First, you're going to follow me, you're going to like the video, you're going to comment teamwork. Everyone that likes your comment, you're going to follow me, guys. It's all about teamwork. Let's go, let's go. And on top of it, please make sure you share out this link. Everyone who shares out this link will blow it up. Let's blow it up and let's get you guys to your goal.
Yeah, all right. I'm feeling very tired. Can you hear me?
Alright guys, following all TikTokers under 10K. You guys want to get to 10K? This is what we're going to do. First, you're going to follow me, you're going to like the video.
All right. Oh, that was a good thing about it. I feel terrible. No, there's one good thing or bad thing happened. I was kind of, I don't know, hanging out with this girl. And I was probably a perv, I think. And we were supposed to get a place together, which I thought was a really bad idea. I was going to have to tell her, no, I can't do it because of this woman. They were torturing me to death. And I know what would happen. They would torture me to death. So she kind of broke it off, which was a good thing because I didn't have to do it. But I wasn't she was perfect. How you been feeling? I'm kind of confused. I don't know. That's good. I'm like, when you can get those days, it's a good thing. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm about this dozing off thing, especially with the cigarettes. I've been dozing off with these cigarettes. It's crazy. I got burns everywhere now on the soap. I sleep on the sofa. Burns everywhere.
Just when I felt life couldn't get any more confusing, here we have Elvis Presley. From our knowledge, he passed away in 1977. Elvis's family said, we don't want to talk about the passing. We're not going to tell you guys anything about his passing until 2027. Okay? Now here we have Jesse. Jesse's in a mental hospital. He's been in a mental hospital, and he claims that he is Elvis Presley. And we're all like, no, you're not Elvis Presley. That's probably why you're in a mental hospital, right? Like, no one's going to believe you. You're in a mental hospital. You're not Elvis Presley, but you can claim you are, right? Well, here we have these
Let's hope so.
tired of you claiming that you're Elvis Presley.
But I just sleepwalked out there into the table. Glass table. I didn't break it.
Just go ahead and do the DNA test.
It was horrible.
Go ahead and do it.
It's horrible.
The DNA test. The DNA test comes back and it matches perfectly.
Yeah, I know they're steering me when I'm doing it.
Right? The story gets weird. How does the DNA from a random person named Jesse come back and match Elvis's perfect? Hey, we're Elvis's parents. Hey, we're taking your DNA because this guy named Jesse, we took his DNA and it matches Elvis's thing perfectly. So we need to take your DNA to see if that matches perfectly too. Right here, take our DNA. Oh my goodness, Jesse's DNA matches Elvis's perfectly. Elvis's parents' DNA also matches. Is this guy Elvis Presley? Jesse's DNA matches Elvis's DNA perfectly. Elvis's parents matches Jesse's DNA perfectly. So is
I'm
Jesse
so much
the
pain
long
today.
lost boy? Was he actually Elvis?
I haven't been pain
No,
yesterday.
Elvis passed away in 1977. Elvis had an identical twin. This is identical twin.
Bad
This is
man.
One did not make it, but the stillborn had a name. I know what the stillborn's name was. Stillborn name was Jesse. Jesse didn't make it. He was a stillborn, but his DNA matches Elvis's
There you go.
and the parents.
Get back.
Perfectly. Is this dude? That's the question. That's the question that we're left with. Elvis not actually passed away. Is this actually Elvis? Or did Elvis's twin actually make it? I don't know.
We don't see my meter.
Everyone on Medicare, listen to this. It may be more helpful for you than you
They're
think.
shaking
If you
themselves.
have an eligible condition, you live in an eligible zip code, you may be able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage
Yeah,
system
I know.
plan
I don't know why
that
he's
will
shaking
include a
himself.
monthly spending allowance loaded with at least $600.
I've been talking to him about 15 years.
These allowances are available for those who enroll.
Yeah, the
and they'll
RF
let you
is pretty
pay for
high
plan-approved items
They're
such as
vibrating
rent,
the hell out of me.
mortgage, certain utilities, pest control,
So much
or
pain,
maybe
just
more. If
vibration.
you're on Medicare and meet eligibility criteria, then you may
What was
be
it? Let's see
eligible
that.
already. Check your eligibility for free today without any obligation.
Of course, at 12, it's supposed to be at 0. And because when I get close to me, it starts beeping.
What I want to do in this video is I want to show you by far what I believe to be the fastest way to start making $10,000 per month. Now, I would argue that most people, to be able to quit their job, be able to really live a life of more freedom, not really have to worry too much about money, we need to make an extra $5,000 to $10,000 per month. And maybe you'll want to make more than that if you want to replace your full-time job income. Right now, I'm making over $1,400 per day working no more than
No.
yeah. For doing this video is I want to outline and show you the fastest way that you can start making $10,000 per month.
They're stopping me from doing things I need to do. They're taking away my motivation, everything. I have to do these things somehow. I also was hoping I was going to get from this girl. I think they got to her. Really. Because if he was looking and it's like overnight, she changed her mind. So I think they got to her. This does hit me right after I say that. So I definitely think they got to her.
Do not seek simplistic solutions. We are not dealing with a mere shift in seasonality.
Yeah, man, they can do it all. I've experienced all of it. All of it. It's horrible.
Entire climatic system. Humanity is long waiting for radical rethinking of its scientific paradigm. Regrettably, our attention is practical. On the consequences and thus
Yes, as much as they can nearing the end, how long can your body take this constant vibration, jolts, shocks? Makes you wonder how long your body can actually take it.
help me.
Sometimes I think I'm nearing the end. I hope not. But, you know.
The best thing to understand about Mr. Trump is that he does inhabit a completely different mental world. He inhabits it naturally and he inhabits it very gracefully. lives in a world of fiction. Mr. Trump is not a traditional person who has made a career where he's had to deal with life around him. He's never actually been that successful in grappling with any particular element of reality. Where he has been successful is as a character on television. He's never been a successful businessman. He's played a successful businessman on television. He understands not the rules of reality, but the rules of fiction. So for him, there's no such thing as lying, because there's no such thing as the truth. We're all just in this story together. So the ways in which he's able to bring us into the world are, first of all, just by saying all the time things that aren't true. A typical politician will lie now and then, but a typical politician will also recognize the principle that there is truth, and so when caught in a lie, might apologize. In Mr. Trump's case, that never happens because he very specifically and intentionally wants to fill up
I really had those
space
thoughts.
with
I think
untruth,
there's
to fill up everything with
a
untruth.
body
so that they're
alive,
confused.
transfer of
The
consciousness.
second
I
stage
really
is once we get
I'm starting to believe that they can do that.
once he changes the office of the presidency, so it's no longer about talking about the world, but instead about creating a story, then he says, distrust everyone else. There's nothing truly true, it's just my opinion and your opinion, and since I'm the president and I have media behind me, at the end of the day, it's going to be my opinion that matters. Once we get to that point where everybody doubts everything, and it's only the person who has the most media or the biggest Twitter account who counts, at that point, it's very hard to have anything like a democracy.
I would just post this again.
Yes, they can.
Okay, no, it's attention. So lucky. This is the one that I was looking to do. Last time, violations for election interference.
Oh, yeah.
The funny thing is I never even said a name. So here's how it was for me. February 2023. I was in a dark place. I came to the realization that
Little something there.
our leaders have been creating our monitoring system. And the broken. And so, so, this was looking closer.
I think it may be my last chance at somebody in my real life. But I know it's not true. I know I can't have it. Well, if you fucked up to damn they're gonna make sure of it. doing some good research yesterday. I found a lot of good stuff. I feel like this could have been a live action game for a lot of people. Like, people could have got access to the technology and made it a live role-playing game to torture people in real life and watch us go through it. Isn't it nice? Kind of think that's where I was in the beginning. And it fits kind of what happened in my life, but I think you get sold. I think you go here and there. I think they sell you rights. I think you do all kinds of crazy things to us.
Whereas here, the whole year is been about raise the question, is this December 22nd? Today is December 22nd, 2024. This watches this clock here that is on its own network time. It's been on airplane for the same amount of time. The year will change, but the last messages sent were in November, which means it turned off mid-November.
They're doing all that movie in my end. Is that real?
There's at least 8 months
2 times fighting.
But the internal clock, some of this is the internal clock is really much slower than network clock.
No, if you don't know.
What's the deal?
Let's all try to lay down.
Or is it something different? This from since November 2023, it turned on versus this one, which is least the thing this clock much slower. I guess the next video will be calculated how big of a difference it is.
On this topic from our government has only added fuel to the many theories that are now circulating right now on the internet. Dr. Stephen Greer is back with us. He's the founder of the Disclosure Project. Dr. Greer has been consistent with us for weeks that there is a disclosure coming before the presidential inauguration, which now leaves us in 10 days. Dr. Greer, it's great to have you back. This is where we are right now. A flight crew on a commercial airplane recorded this large orb in the skies while they were at 17,000 feet. And now people, we mentioned this a week ago, are reportedly getting sick all over the world from this granular, mysterious fog that's being seen all over the place. Does this disclosure happen next week? And if it does, how does it happen? When it starts happening, how will we know?
Well, it'll be all over the news. It's good to see your name. I just heard an hour ago from the NOC, the non-official cover aerospace. Intelligence community, the senior operator from the key black sites, 2 black sites out in the western United States, and they are preparing to do this next week. I don't have an exact date. They intend to not only provide their testimony of operations, he's been there almost 30 years, but also the evidence and other details. Now, he's been involved in 2 things. One is the testing and the surveillance of the man-made UAPs that have been manufactured out of the Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman complexes out in the high desert. The other is the targeting of non-human craft, some say extraterrestrial,
extraterrestrials and say alien, the words you're using now is NHI, non-human intelligence, and the downing of those objects. So he's been intimately involved. I've been at his facility, and that is on track. Now, keep in mind, so much of what is being seen now is sort of a decoy false flag operation, sort of trying to intercept what he's going to be doing and what we've been doing for some time. And
But there's no way, Dr. Greer, we talked about there's no way all of this can be a false flag. It's all over the world now. It's being seen all over cities in India, cities in South Korea. It's just the coordination that would be required to do something like that. I think it's beyond the scope, unless there is something going on that I'm completely unaware of, which of course is
It's really unaware.
3 questions. These are just yes or no's. Are aliens already here? Yes or no?
Oh, sure. I mean, there have been non-human extraterrestrial civilizations that have been observing the planet for thousands of years. And it's remarkably, we detonated the first atomic bomb. There's no question about that. In fact, this particular team coming forward have dealt with the remains and on occasion living non-human life forms that have been downed, and some are still in captivity in subterranean facilities or STIFs.
To me, Dr. Greer, feels like, and you answered my other question, it feels like right now the public worldwide is being primed for something. You know,
Yes,
for the last
yeah.
50 years, we've had movies about aliens, going back to Roswell, we've had reports of flying saucers, and now people, not just in northern New Jersey, are seeing strange things in the sky. It seems like these beings are technologically far superior than we are,
Definitely
and they're
changing.
doing
Big
this
time.
with incredible patience, priming a worldwide audience
And there's
for
what they're
something
trying
else.
to do.
Do you agree with that? And then what are they priming us for?
Well, it's very complex, but the bottom line is they've been waiting for humans to acknowledge their presence so that they don't have to force into it, which could look aggressive. Those are not aggressive, obviously.
Force into it like land in Times Square, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do something like that. They're going to do a sort of an acculturation and desensitization operation,
What does that
which,
mean? What does that mean?
which means it's gradual,
Okay.
and it has been over the decades. Now, the big problem here are rogue military and industrial complex operations that are used in the staged event. And this is where everyone, when I say everyone, I mean everyone from the generals that I had briefed at the Pentagon to director of the CIA, past incoming. And that is that they greatly underestimate what has been developed. I mean, Ben Rich, before he died, he said a lot. His comfort said, anything you can imagine, as you've seen on Star Trek, we've already figured out, and it's out there in the desert. He says, not Area 51.
Okay. How far ahead of us? In the last time you were on, you said there are multiple different alien societies from different planets visiting us. How far ahead of us?
At least 60 to 70 that have been documented.
60 to 70.
That I know. Yeah.
And how far? Where are they technologically? 1,000 years ahead? 1,000,000 years ahead?
They'd be in the many thousands to millions of years more advanced. And there are different civilizations of different development, both socially, spiritually, and technologically. And none of them are hostile, obviously, with the kind of technology they have. They would have, as Congressman Burchett once said, it would be a charcoal briquette floating through space if they were overtly hostile. But they appear to be very concerned with our own hostility and the development of very...
If they landed, Dr. Greer, could they communicate with us?
I'm sure they can. I mean, I don't know how that would exactly take place. It may be some strange... I mean, remember, one of the things that Elon Musk is working on at Neuralink is an interview thought machine.
Right.
You know, I will tell you, this is a big secret that's going to come out very quickly with this team, because they dealt with this, is that there is a direct interface between technology and consciousness and thought that's been developed by these advanced civilizations. This is not Ma Bell we're talking about in terms of communication. So that's just a prelude. We don't have time to unpack that, but I know about that in a very specialized fashion.
Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon, Sea of Tranquility, 1969, Apollo 11. Over the decades, there have several things. One is that aliens are living right now in bases on Antarctica and under the ocean. His words, not mine. The second, that the moon landing in 1969 never actually happened. The third, and most interesting, I think, is that on the dark side of the moon doesn't spin like the Earth. When they orbited in Apollo 11, they photographed and saw with their own eyes structures that clearly were built by somebody. Can you confirm or deny any of that?
I can absolutely confirm we did go to the moon, but when we went, we weren't alone in that. We got known prior to the 1969 the moon landing, and I'll tell you why. If you go to our Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive, dtiarchive.com, you'll see, and it's free to go there, you'll see the testimony of Carl Wolf, who in 1968 was at a National Security Agency relay station at Langley Air Force Base.
Oh, Wolf was killed, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was killed. I mean, we've had a lot of losses.
Run over by a truck or something like that? Mysteriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was mysterious and was killed about 14 months ago. But my point is that these, when they did the lunar orbiter, when they were mapping where they were going to plan to land, there were these structures that we're seeing. And he came forward with that 25 years ago at the first Disclosure Project press conference in May of 2001. So we've known about this for some time, and he actually saw the images, the early digital photographs, and what have you of those structures. So
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and this is all going to eventually come out.
Let me just ask you, we're still talking time, Dr. The Las Vegas suicide bomber. So he wrote this a manifesto that they're trying to suppress, like they do with everything else. But it sort of ebbs into this world. Is there any connection just between what is going to happen next week and what we saw in Las Vegas on New Year's Day?
Correct, there is. And again, that's sort of a psychological warfare operation by someone in special forces giving a heads up on this. It's not a coincidence it happened at the Trump building and that was in a Cybertruck. He refers to Davidic propulsion systems. And that's what's going to be coming out because we have mastered gravity control for decades. This is why many of the craft people see that they think it's alien.
And he wrote about that in the manifesto. Just a final question. Following whatever happens next week, if it does happen, does Donald Trump need to appoint somebody like yourself as an alien czar or a UAP czar?
Well, this has been suggested. We'll see. I mean, of course, the president, you serve at his pleasure. As it is, I've been an unofficial advisor for many administrations on this. And now that this is going to be coming to a head, we'll see if he wants someone to do that. I would certainly consider it if I was asked, but that does not happen.
Dr. Greer, look, I'm interested to see what's really going on out there. We've got 10 days before the inauguration.
As soon as this drops and we get this from this team, we'll send it over to you.
All right. Dr. Stephen Greer, have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it as always.
Thank you.
All right.
Looks like you're yelling. Yeah.
Why is nobody talking about what this guy just said? Watch this clip very closely because you might not see this anywhere else.
A large blackout affecting the entire or a large portion of the United States of America. Imagine what that's like. You walk outside, you turn on your phone, there's no signal. You go back inside, you turn on the TV, no signal. You turn on the radio, no power. You turn on the faucet, no water. You turn on the fridge, no refrigeration, your food starts to spoil. You walk outside, cars pile up, no street lights. Within 3 to 5 days, the food is gone from the grocery stores. And the trucks that the city counts on to resupply that food aren't coming. Within a week or two, the sewage system starts to overflow and contaminates what remains of the water supply. Societal order starts to break down. The emergency responders have now left their positions like many did during Katrina to protect themselves and their own family. The unfortunate news is that the threat of such a blackout is very real.
What he's talking about is exactly what Canada just declared. Watch this.
He will go to the full extent, depending on how far this goes, will go to the extent of cutting off their energy. Going down to Michigan, going down to New York State, over to Wisconsin. This fight is coming 100% on January the 20th or January 21st. The Canadians get hurt, but I can assure you one thing, the Americans are going to feel the pain as well.
Really, no one cares about Canada, but the real question is who do they inspire with that threat? China, and that's because they manufacture our transformative power and power grids. And this random guy wonders what that would look like.
Wait, is that what we become? Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then you have real casualties, mass casualties, and mass chaos, and true chaos. And people are not prepared for this. They haven't thought it through, or leaders are not prepared. Prepared them for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. Don't have an iPhone. And there's no electricity. And there's no water. And there's no way to get anywhere.
Well,
And that could happen. That's not science fiction. That could
We're in the
happen
house.
soon. And we're not ready for it. And as you said,
Roommates.
it's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, I'm going to help my neighbor. You're living your neighbor's off. People are not designed for that. People can't handle chaos. And they go crazy. Chaos is the one thing you have to avoid. Because that's what we do.
I don't know about you, but three people talking about the same thing. I don't know about you, but I'm staying to That's why everyone in my family at least have a copy of this. That particular has to get into shooting. How to purify water. How to build a water heater during the winter time. How to do your own water system. How to make your own solar panel system. How to make water out of it. How to charge your phone when there's no electricity. You even have a survival guide. Book has so many survival strategies. Chapter tells you material cost, your comfort level, and how long it may take. They show you the exact materials needed with pictures and the step-by-step instructions with pictures. I'm telling you, every single family needs a copy of this and live and climb up.
Yeah, this shit, man.
This is how you make Benihana's fried rice at home, and it tastes just like the restaurant. This is how you make Benihana's fried rice at home, and it tastes just like the restaurant. Start off with some butter, garlic, and some soy sauce. And this is what makes Benihana's rice so different. The soy garlic butter. A little bit of oil, cook down some onions, carrots, green onions, and some garlic. Now add your day-old rice and cook that down for a couple minutes. A little bit more oil and scramble 2 eggs. Mix it all together. Go in there with a bit more soy sauce, season with salt, small pinch of sugar, white pepper, and some of that butter we made. Finish it off with a bit more green onion, and you're done.
Absolutely recommend Caitlin to anyone who wants to work from home because she is so encouraging and she offers you the tools that you need to work from home and the answers to all the questions you would have, and she provides the information and the books to help you get that done. So please visit, go to her website, look it over. It's wonderful.
You ever hit someone with cold, hard facts, drop the truth hammer, and they just look at you deadpan and go, nah, fake news. Infuriating, right? Here's the thing, their beliefs, they're not about facts, they're about identity. And facts don't stand a chance. Here's the magic trick. Trump convinced millions he's anti-elite while living in a literal gold tower. He's a billionaire who eats steak well done with ketchup and flies on private jets. But how? He sold himself as the underdog. How? Because to his base, elite doesn't mean rich. It means educated, liberal, condescending. You know, the coastal snobs, sipping lattes and saying words like nuance. Trump flipped the script. Rich enough to fight the elites, but weak enough to be one of you. The guy who stiffs workers, brags about dodging taxes, and throws paper towels at hurricane survivors. Yeah, apparently that's the man of the people. It's absurd, but it works. And then there's fear. Conservatives weaponize it like it's a Jedi mind trick. Liberals want to destroy your family, take your freedom, and make your kid major in gender studies. Fear isn't rational, it's primal. If you're scared, yeah. Googling stats, you're clinging to whoever promises to protect you. Now throw in the echo chamber, everyone's nodding along like it's Thanksgiving dinner at Fox News. That's how you get loyalty facts can't crack. Because facts don't feel like a hug from your tribe. They feel like betrayal. So yeah, Trump sold rebellion while living like a king, and his supporters, they're not rebelling. They're just holding the door open for billionaires. The wildest part, you think it was their idea.
People who are not religious are usually a lot nicer and accepting and welcoming than religious people. That's just the truth. A lot of y'all, not all of y'all, but a vast majority of y'all are not good people and y'all are not nice. And I'm saying this simply because with us, we can care less what people do. As long as you ain't hurting nobody, do your thing. For example, somebody want to have a baby, hey, go ahead, congratulations. If you say, you know, I don't want to keep the baby, hey, whatever works for you, do your thing. If somebody want to date the same sex, hey, if that's what you like, man, go ahead and do your thing. If you want to wait till you're married and bump cheeks, hey, do that. If you want to bump cheeks on the, like, hey, do your thing. We can care less for who they are because we don't give a damn because life ain't that serious. Christians, on the other hand, y'all are mean as hell to people, man. If everybody's not going by y'all rule book, y'all mean to them, and y'all want bad stuff to happen, and y'all just that stuff to happen, and y'all just can't wait for something bad to happen to people. The loving people, right? And we the evil devil worshiping motherfuckers according to y'all rule book. And another point I gotta make, y'all want to say, oh, y'all just want to live in sin. Y'all just want to sin. I hate to break this to y'all. Sin is not real. That only exists in your world. Your book and your set of rules. But once you go into the real world, it's just either you a good person or you a bad person. Either you a positive person or you bring negativity. That's it. No rule book are all these strict ass rules made by men. Like this here, this is an AutoZone rewards card. Inside of AutoZone, yeah, this thing is valuable. It's a thing. But when I go to Kroger or Best Buy or Walmart, this shit does not exist. This shit is capped. Nobody realizes or recognizes this as a thing. Just like that sin shit. In the church, yeah, you can call everything a sin. But in real life, nobody goes by that bogus ass rule book of sins and not sins. Either you a piece of shit or you not simple.
I will.
What is this, Daddy? Well, an old Indian told me. He said, have you ever had too much pain arthritis, knee arthritis, all them other arthritis? I said, yeah, every morning. He said, well, I got a solution here that will you spray it on and it instantly, it don't take a week, instantly, you can feel it and it go away. I said, well, what's in that miracle? I figured it was cabbage juice and pot liquor. But he said, no, rubbing alcohol and avocado pit. I said, are you crazy? You couldn't crush an avocado pit. That'd be hard as a hickory nut. He said, no, it's soft and you can cut it with a knife. So this guy's put me on. I said, oh yeah, I'll try it. Well, I got to the house and got an avocado too that was probably 3 months old, but the pit was good. And I cut it up. Then I put some alcohol on top of it. Let her sit for a couple hours, and my whole elbow was killing me. And I came back and shot a couple of sprays on it. And I didn't even have to put my arm back down. It just jumped like that. I'm telling you, this stuff was good. Well, matter of fact, it jumped down so hard it hurt my shoulder. And then I had to put some on my shoulder. Woo! You get you some of this. You're going to get you in them little holsters and put it in your side. And if you walking around in Walmart and everybody's bumping into you like they do at Christmas, spray it on your knee. Man, get back, Jack. I'm telling you, this stuff is stuff.
They thought they were playing chess and they thought they had you almost to that checkmate, but little did they know you were playing it too, except you were about 10 steps ahead. What's your need to know about this? What's your need to know? Freedom. The trap that they set for you was not able to contain low ground level in reverse. Your ability to dig deeper to find out the truth. Pattern recognition has set you free. Pattern recognition has set you free. Down the rabbit hole in reverse and man-made disaster avoidable. Quite literally, your ability to dig deep and figure out what's below the surface is pattern. Recognition. Pattern recognition is your shovel. And that's how you dig to get below the surface to figure out what's being hidden that you need to know. So you don't fall into these certain traps. You went down the rabbit hole. And because you did that, you avoided some kind of disaster, some kind of purposeful destruction brought onto your path from an outside force or source. What do we need to know about that purposeful destruction? Bloodline, family lineage in reverse. So someone that you consider to be some sort of family, hidden missing key. The call is coming from inside the house, is the vibe. The call is coming from inside the house. And you put together the pieces because you were able, it's a particular person or energy or situation. Pattern recognition wasn't all the way turned on in that category, and it turned on in the nick of time so that you were able to dig, figure out what was under the surface, bring it to the surface and get to freedom or avoid the trap. What was under the surface that you had to dig down deep to find out? Loyalty in reverse. Trying to take your light, trying to block your gifts, your talents, your path. Loyalty in reverse, when you have loyalties to something, you're owed money off of what that is making. Loyalty in reverse is like, I want to be the one that's profiting off of your energy. There's this feeling here of the underlying energy was a desire to stop your forward progress so that someone else could reap the rewards or benefits of your work or your intellect or your intelligence. Female and plot twist in reverse. it didn't work and you're the last one standing. Because you may have both been playing chess. You quite literally steps ahead. Private property first. Touch not my anointed was a card to come out right now. Touch not my anointed. Play dumb games.
It truly feels and knowing that in your presence there is so divine, so angelic, so holy, so nice, something that is people might actually call you Earth Angel, and you guys want you to know how divinely protected, divinely guided, and how important your existence is, how important your soul is. Now, speaking of the Two of Cups and bottom of the deck alignment fulfillment, I think some of you have been questioning what your path is, what your purpose is, what are you trying to step into, what you're here to share, or what is your purpose. And so people, what is your purpose? They're having conversations with your guides, which is open. And they're saying, well, you don't need to know everything, you need to know this. You are an angel. They're also telling us an end, which for those of you who don't know is a period where almost as though you physically should not survive. And then they show you like an archangel, massive angel wings holding you in a hug, protecting you, the Three of Wands, because you are the Three of Wands is acting on your future. Walking in your path, things through the walks. I'm hearing maybe five. I'm interested to know over here what that is. This one. You kind of, because they're saying you're walking with me. You guys know, I'm not sure what this message is. Walking with the first one of the deck. Yep. That's oh my god. Okay, we have strength in the judgment, which literally the judgment is on shaking right now. Thank you, Spirit. Sorry. To this collective of Earth Angels here. You have the strength and power to show yourself and must be placed in this time. With this and the collective of divine love and miracles, unconditional love still exists. There are those of us here to raise the collective consciousness, to raise the vibration of the planet through love, through light, to confront the shadows.
Many of those who do not confront their shadow will be placed on their path, will be placed on their path, leading to healing. All that you must do is pass through life. It is natural to really be asked to do nothing but pass through life. We ask you to start the expedition. We ask you to live in the same condition and to not allow the world to make you follow. This is our messages that we share with the light. With that, amazing. Another singer, I feel every day. Singing without God. There's something I just meant to speak. I meant to share this. I meant to bless it. We need knowledge. Ask the Emperor and the Knight of Cups to step into the sky if we were to walk this path of peace. We really are here to bring peace. There's so many Christmas songs that are saying like peace. Truly are the democracy, being of love, the being of peace, the being of light. The being of light is what keeps the light shining. Being the purpose of God is not clear, but light. And if you're willing to take that hand, you will bring it forward to God and show you the nations, the nations. And then I hear the trumpet. We will do this is angels.
This might just be the best flat earth proof you've ever come across. But trust me, it's going to make you rethink everything. You've heard all the theories about Earth being round, right? We've all seen the pictures from space. The CGI animations, the globe in classrooms. But what if all of that was just part of a larger story? What if you've been missing something right in front of your eyes this entire time? According to what we've been told, the Earth's circumference is about 24,901 miles. Okay, cool. But if that were true, there would need to be a very specific amount of curvature happening as we move across the planet. I mean, we're supposed to be on a ball, right? Therefore, it should curve in every single direction, not just the one you're looking at. Think about it for a second. On a ball, no matter where you are, the ground beneath you should bend away. But when you actually look for that curvature, where is it? Now, here's where it gets interesting. Instead of relying on NASA's billion-dollar equipment and fisheye lenses, what if you just took matters into your own hands? Some people have done just that, sending high-altitude balloons with regular, non-distorted lenses. And what do you see? No curve, a flat horizon as far as the eye can see, flat, straight, level. But here's something else to consider. You ever wonder why they're called airplanes and not air balls? They fly straight across the sky, never curving to match the supposed curvature of a globe. If we were on a ball, wouldn't they need to constantly adjust their altitude? But they don't. They fly level. Therefore, it makes you wonder if the globe theory really holds up. And don't even get me started on gravity, because let's face it, that's just a theory. After all these years, gravity still hasn't been proven. But we do know one thing. Water doesn't stick to a ball. Ever tried balancing water on a basketball? Exactly. Therefore, the math doesn't add up either. There's supposed to be a curve of about 8 inches per mile squared, but why don't we ever see it? From high up, you'd expect to see a pretty clear curve, yet the horizon stays flat. That's something you can see with your own eyes. No need for fancy space agencies to tell you otherwise. So why the push to make us believe we're spinning on a ball through space? What's the end game here? Here's the thing, you don't have to take anyone's word for it, not even mine. But what if you just started thinking critically? Look around you. Everything in your everyday experience shows a flat, stationary world. They've been pushing the globe model on us since we were kids, but why? Maybe it's time we start questioning that narrative. And don't feel bad if you've believed in the globe your whole life. We've all been there, myself included. But once you start doing your own research, things start making a lot more sense. Therefore, suddenly, it clicks. The flat Earth isn't just a theory for some fringe group. There are real, undeniable proofs right in front of us. You've just got to be willing to see them.
So I appreciate everybody reaching out to me to try to come up with a TikTok alternative in case it closes. So I appreciate everybody reaching out to me to try to come up with a TikTok alternative in case it closes. Here's what I'm open to considering. There's an app called Blue Sky, and it's built on a thing called the AT protocol, in which you can create your own servers, create your own apps, and they all connect together to the 27 million Blue Sky users. So I would be open to investing and supporting anybody or somebody who creates a TikTok replacement built on AT protocol. So if you got that ability, let me know in the comments. If you create a MVP, a minimum viable product, so I can see it, that's all the better, because obviously I think you have a whole lot of support. And more importantly, when you build on the AT protocol, it's extensible, so that means nobody can just buy it, nobody can just close it. So let me know.
So this video is going to be about, I'm not sure if I was going to, you were talking about something from daily stuff, but I know nothing of stuff. And I just want y'all to know what it is. So today I was going to, and I went to get something to eat. Now, I don't know how long it was going on until I went inside of the building. And then I started talking to this guy. And he was at the cashier at the store, and I was asking him questions. And as I'm asking him questions, I see his eyes like something. I just got behind him. And then when I finished the conversation, I turned around, and it was the very exact same man that you're going to see in these clips that I'm about to roll. So he like looking at his phone, acting like he didn't see me. So I go outside. He goes outside, right? So I'm walking. I walk a little ahead of him. I turn around. He just stopped like in front of the building, like almost to watch me. So I'm just sitting there because I still wanted to see like where I wanted to go. Because where I was looking at the food, they was talking about rats and stuff and backed up food, and I'm like, it's one place like that, and all the places probably like that. I ain't know who's cooking my food, so I was like, let me just move out of there. I'm out of there. I was about to Google some places, but my radar going off. Like I ain't never take my mind off this man that I know now was following me because that clue that the dude gave me with his eyes. I'm like, yeah, he's been doing it. So now, even though I'm just uncomfortable, so I just stayed there for like 2 or 3 minutes. Then I started walking down towards the other street because I knew like I could probably run into like a little store down there. So I'm gonna go down this street. Why didn't I get to the bottom of the street y'all about to see? I just dipped right there by the truck. I was like, this will tell me if you follow me. Because when I got, look, mind you, he was in back of me when I came out and I was standing at the phone, right? He was acting like he was in his phone.
Next thing you know, I move. I go to the bottom of the hill, by the truck, turn my phone on, start recording. A second later, here he comes. It's so funny how he gonna act like he don't see me though. Like he act like he did not see me standing over there. So I'm just filming. I'm like, you know what? Let me get ready. I was about to walk in that direction where he walked. I don't know why I didn't just let the whole thing play. Oh yeah, I know why. For the sake of time, and I be filming and it cut off because my camera pulled. So I was like pausing it, but that's why I'm explaining it. So basically, he went where I was about to go. I just turned around and went the other way and waited until he walked all the way up the street. Because once he crossed the street again, he was still doing the same thing. Like, come on, man. I know what I'm doing. I'm looking for food. You following me. So y'all gonna see in the clip, right? So, yeah. Oh yeah, one more thing. If anybody recognize that symbol in his head, please let me know because I was like Googling it, trying to zoom in and get it, but it's too blurry the image that I have for Google to pick it up and like look for it. So that would be helpful. Anyway, here we go. Here go the clip. Alright, he kind of walking towards me after, and look at the direction he's going. He would truly be going up, keep going up this street, right? So I start walking across the street. Then he started walking across the street. So I turned around and started walking back up this way. Because it's like, come on now, now that I did that, he just looked stupid sitting up there. So I just waited till I couldn't see him no more. That's when I stopped filming it. But then this happened. Dun, dun, dun. So I don't know if they connected, but they doing the same damn thing. All right, it's just weird. Now this is the logo I'm talking about. I don't know what that is, but his ass is a creep. Okay.
My name is Demir. I came all the way from West Biden. I want to say my podcast.
Hey, Demir. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, all the way from West Line. Let's go.
Evidently I sleepwalked. Son of a bitch.
We got English, 23, 65. What's 65?
And that class, mother only like just for actually no reason.
Oh my God. No worry, you gotta keep going. Keep going, work hard, right? And get that 65 up. Look, because you got good grades. You just gotta keep going, man.
And that subject they do have to update it because I've been getting good.
Okay, cool. So the next market period, you're gonna get better. Okay, look, I'm gonna just tell you something. You get a 90 average, you're gonna get $100. You get an Island Ox shirt, and you get to go play at the Kickback Gamers Lounge for a whole week for free. All right. Well, for now, go ahead, grab whatever you want. Okay, Demir, what else you want?
Well, flying pistol.
That's it? Okay, put it in the bag. So Demir, you gotta work hard, right? Don't forget, you get $100.
If I get
90 plus average. Yes. Yeah, here you go. That's your phone. You're welcome, man. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. Keep going, all right? All right.
I just walked for the phone.
We are raising mentally weak children.
because we overdo for them. One of the concepts in the book I really love is if you do much for your children, you are increasing your self-esteem by stealing theirs. That we develop mental toughness by solving problems. So when my daughter would forget her homework at home, nobody's bringing it to school. If she didn't bring a jacket on a cold day, even though her mother told her to, nobody's bringing her the jacket. It's so important to, when a child says, I'm bored, rather than you fix it, just say, I wonder what you're going to do about it. And then
American people, you lot never got amazed me, man. You guys, literally just went overnight and just went, you know what? If you're going to take our freedom and our speech and our freedom out to mess about us, we're just going to give all the goddamn data to China willingly. Yeah, thank you very much, there you go. Even though foreign guys haven't got a freaking clue about Chinese language, you're willing to learn. And the Chinese person, mate, I can't even read or, write Chinese, not really. I mean, I know really basic stuff. But you Americans are willing to learn just for the sake of shoving it up the government's, you know what? I love it. I love it. I love the fact you guys are so united. Been doing it as well, though, It's proper. I love it. Oh man. And you guys, I can't wait until you guys go over there and cause some havoc, to be honest. I mean, but hey,
I got one of those. Oh.
Thank you. So you have to be mindful to a certain extent because you're going to somebody else's house now. And it's not they are open-minded to a certain extent, you get what I'm saying? Because there are youngins over there, yeah? But redneck means there's parties for max, if you know what I'm saying.
I did play that on the slip walk in there.
Can't really go into, especially
have a great friends, fantastic. I think that's really cool. But yeah, just be mindful a little bit about what kind of places you do, yeah, because you're probably going to upset some people over there, as you do anyway. You know, I mean, that's just going to happen. I just assume anyway. But yeah, I just want to just praise you because.
When you do Zoom meetings, so you guys can talk back to me. But when I get up, sleepwalking in, go, Steven, wake up.
Shove it up your ass, take it, and then you know what? The government, I think they're like, look, just a little bit. You know, they're like, look what we've got done. Dude, Chinese. Now we can't delete that. We can't do nothing with that. So they're like, yeah, I reckon that's where there's 200 odd days extensions coming from. Because they realise, at least we had to knock down a bite or so, kind of thing, where everyone gives it that one, we can't do just. So they're probably a bit worried right now. So good job, guys. Good job. I love it. Good job.
What you gonna do with it? What did I just do with it? I dropped it, I set it down, what did I do? It was on the table. But what did I do? What did I do? I'm not close to losing consciousness. God damn. God damn. Oh. What is that? That's really good. Yeah, I do. That's right there. Mm. Mm. Mm.
I physically held the key that opened every single door in the facility. I had complete access to every department in manufacturing. It wouldn't go more. That there are technologies at the South Coast which people can even consider these systems, but directing into weapon systems and so detector is not simply a passive listening device that's present. It's the it also has the capacity to transmit. There are embedded in the ice what are called digital optical module DOMs. They're not the size of basketball. The array embedded in the ice is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. It is the world's largest telescope. And because of the equipment it can transmit, it's the world's largest directed energy weapon system. It is responsible for the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand.
Rita watch at night. This one actually managed to scare me. This is a submission from Uganda. So we'll call the person who submitted the story Beyonce. So this story is about Beyonce's friend, and it happened about 5 years ago. So Beyonce and Rita, they were at they were roommates. Well, Rita had a boyfriend, and we'll call him Peter. And Rita was very proud of Peter. Peter was your provider type of man. Anything that she wanted, he would buy her. He would buy her nice clothes, pay for hostel fee, and this guy would even pay the tuition. The money was wrong. And to everybody else, it seemed like Rita was living every girl's dream. But Rita didn't know much about this guy. All she knew was that he was a law student and he lived in Muyanga. And Muyanga is known as a rich town in Uganda. It's where the city tycoons stay. But Rita herself, she had never gone to this place. All the times that they've met, it's always been in a hotel and always very luxurious ones too. And so one day Rita was like, nah, I gotta go to your sides, man. I gotta see where you live, meet your peoples, meet your friends. Been at this for a while now. And at first, he wasn't really down. But Rita was very persistent, and eventually he agreed. So basically, he ended up inviting her over to his sides to stay for 2 weeks. So he gave her the address. And when Rita gets there, she says that she could not believe her eyes. It was a big mansion with 2 security guards and an old lady who appeared to be a cleaner. So only a total of 4 people in this ginormous mansion. And so Rita naturally had questions like, who else is staying here? Are you guys renting out the spot? Like, why are there no people here? He said that this was a family house. So where is the family? And in that moment, he reassured her that this is the family's house and that she will be meeting the rest of the family very soon. Upon hearing this affirmation from her boyfriend, Rita gets excited all over again. She's ready to meet the family. So fast forward, 3 days went by and no one has yet to come to the house. So at this point, Rita becomes curious, like, yo, where's the fam? And the clerk, there's no fam. Like, why aren't the family members showing up? So at this point, she starts asking, like, is it me? Like, do they not like me? Don't they want to meet me? At this point, we're on day 5. Still no family. So on day 5, she goes to sleep, and while she's asleep, she hears her boyfriend Peter having a conversation. And it sounded like he was talking to multiple people, like a crowd of people, in fact. However, Rita was sleeping. She was just hearing everything. It felt very real. So the next day she woke up and she asked him, did you have any guests last night? And he turns to ask her, did you have them? He was like, what do you mean? And then he changed the topic. The next night, it was the same. But this time, she could hear footsteps and people talking in the house. This time, she tries to get up. However, she could not move. She couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't do anything. So when she woke up, at this point, she asked her boyfriend with a serious face, what is going on and why are people coming in at night? To which he says, don't worry, I will introduce you today. She was so excited. She was ready all day, and around midnight, Peter said, are you ready for this? If you see my family tonight, that means you will always be mine and you will be my wife, and no one else can ever have you. Well, excited Rita was, to which Peter stands up and says, then you have to see this. And let me just tell you guys, his reveal was much more shocking than that of Hannah Montana's. Peter proceeds on shape-shifting into a big snake, then proceeded on changing again into a different person, and then again, and then again, and then losing a different face, and then again, yes, it was changing face. So what she said, is, I am not a human as you think. I am a jinn. And I have been getting girls and we have been sacrificing them until I met you. I fell in love with you and I am ready to marry. This story is so long and I haven't done it bigger in so long. Cut me for part 2. I'm recording part 2 right now, so relax.
Guys, you know what? Fuck it. We're on a medium pain launch right now. The storm hasn't brewed yet, but the conditions are correct. I just received something from my sister that bamboozled the fuck out of me. Just for reference, she's not somebody that would joke about this kind of stuff. It's just not her personality. My sister, though, thankfully is as clever as I am, and she understands in the age of 2024, you no longer say something when you see something, you screen record to something that you're seeing so everybody else can see it too. And I'm very thankful for this. However, as previously stated, when she sent me the screen recording, my damage refusal and my temperature shivered. And this is the first time in a long time that I don't have a logical explanation for something, which is crazy, and I hate it. So the latest thing out for you, PBS NewsHour had a live stream today at a House committee meeting, but something happened during that broadcast, and that is exactly what she fucking sent me. So from this still right here, we're able to verify a few different things. First thing we can verify is that yes, it is indeed sent from my sister. 2, this is from PBS NewsHour's official YouTube channel. 3, this was the live House Administration Committee hearing on foreign interference in the U.S. elections. Now, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to listen very fucking close. Nothing happens on screen, but you're going to hear something that doesn't belong. Let's roll the fucking tape. I tried to personally search for their live stream afterwards, and of course it's unlisted. I don't know if there was a oopsie daisy sound being bamboozled. I know I have heard those sounds before. People were uploading videos just last week of their radio station playing that kind of sound. And this isn't Jake Paul's fucking YouTube channel. This is PBS. This is public educational broadcasting. They don't train. What the fuck? Like I said, we're not on medium panic yet, but we're on a medium panic watch, my girl, because the conditions are now right.
It's about all these technologies. But if those were brought out, you know, in 10 to 20 years, we'd have a new civilization. And a lot of them have to be held back for a while. The things before. Anti-grav things that fly around. But the ones that just generate energy, that would, you know, get us off oil and gas and coal and eliminate the poverty that's in the world very quickly. But, you know, you're going to have certain losers too. You're going to have, you know, countries and corporations and powerful people who have interest in conventional energy systems and oil, gas, coal. Public utilities. You're not going to be a public utility. You'd have a box at your house that would be pulling energy out of what's called a zero-point energy field, or quantum energy entangled field. And they'd run your house with no power bill. Same thing with your car. You have to learn to plug it in like a Tesla. It'd be a real Tesla, nuclear Tesla. You have an electric car, and it'd be plugged in. So the point I'm making here is that we really could restart civilization and put it back on track. But there are a lot of headwinds against it. And you think of the powerful interests that do not want that to happen. We do know what So that's a big lie, and you don't know what these are. There are two types of UFOs, man-made, that are electric anti-grav. The date that breakthrough happened, where we had a stable anti-grav system, was October 1954. 54. Not 64. Not 94. So those have begun to be experimented with and developed since the year before I was born in 1955. Now the extraterrestrial vehicle is very different. Although they move in a similar way, they could be confused. So there are two things that are being confused with one thing. There are both extraterrestrial and man-made UAPs or UFOs. Now, until recently, the people in the government who were looking into this didn't know that. They were being gaslit or deceived. Like people going up there and saying, gee, we have no idea what these... So the second big lie, which is a great concern, is that we don't know how these operate. Well, that's what they want everyone to believe, because if they were acknowledged, we know how these function. We'd be going, then what are we doing making solar panels and windmills? And we have something that'd be a box this big that would run this building. 24 hours a day, we're renting the sun.
And I have serious concerns that your behavior towards women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite some time on this. We haven't wanted to move or answer any of my questions. So we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senator Shaheen and Joe Brown and Corona. And I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it. So going back to January 2014, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military, simply putting their direct to men in the military, saying allowing women to serve in combat units, would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015 with your remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as road standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we talked about it in 2024, you published a book, and you say on page 26, you put moms, but non-military, especially in combat units, which related to your book and claimed that women should not be in combat roles, because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Walker show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat units. Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the filing of penalty in 2013, but it underscores my argument. In that 2013 argument, I was talking about standard. Standard for what it's always been about. Always been about.
So we choose a record, we've got the video, we're happy to show it. But I want to be clear here, for 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not like how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat. Or your words, straight up. And then, on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat, you declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women, and you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about face in a very, very short period of time. So help me understand, Mr. Craig said, what extraordinary event happened in that 32-day period that made you change values you had expressed for the preceding 12 years?
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013 because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been misled for years,
Women shouldn't be empowered at all. Reference to standards that they should be there if they can carry, if they can run. I don't see that at all, Mr. Dixon. What I see is there's a 32-day period in which we suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here today to sing.
Senator, the concerns I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in combat units, is that in pursuit of certain percentages of quotas, standards have been changed. And that makes the combat more
What do you think is significant about what happened in the 32 days? You got a nomination for President Trump. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion. And I hope you understand that many women serving in the military right now might think that if you can convert so rapidly your long-held and aggressively perceived views in just 32 days, 32 days after you get converted, maybe you'll just reverse those views and go back to the old guy who said straight up, women do not belong in combat.
I'm going to be honest. I wrestled with making this message tonight. And I prayed and I asked the Lord to give me strength and wisdom and the words and an unction to speak them. Because I know that the people that hear this message are not going to enjoy it. I know that I'm not the only one that feels in my spirit that something major is about to happen in this country. I know we're seeing all of these incredibly insane fires take place in California. And we're seeing all of these stories about people hearing all of these crazy noises from the sky in North Carolina. And they're starting to hear these same noises in California. And I prayed about this and I felt the Lord say you need to be thinking about the fault lines. Because a lot of people think that these noises are coming from above when really they're coming from below and they're bouncing off of the firmament. And as I saw these things, I began to feel so much conviction in my heart about the things that I'm not only seeing in the world, but the things that I'm looking at as a man who's supposed to be following after God's own heart. And when I say that I wrestle again about making this message, I know that there's a lot of other people out there that are struggling with things. Now don't mistake my words. Let me tell you something. I fall short daily. I'm not on here to claim to be some kind of holy and righteous person. As Paul said, I die daily. Of the sinners I am chief. I don't wear a badge of righteousness. The only thing that's righteous that I have is the Lord Jesus Christ. But I come to you tonight with a humble heart to tell you that if you're looking at things that are not of God tonight, God is calling you out of that place of unrighteousness. The Bible says, take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, yet reprove them. We're called to expose these works of darkness. In the book of 1 John, it says, little children, keep yourselves from idols. What are you looking at all day long as we pack around these phones and we see these shows showing filth and abominations all day long, and we look at these things, and if we're looking at these things and they're separating us from God, does that not become an idol in our lives? You see, I felt conviction about that because I'm seeing these TV shows that everybody's like, oh man, you got to watch this show. You got to see this thing, man. This is a really good show. And when I turn it on, I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. And then I realized that these people are using language that I wouldn't use in my house. They're saying things and talking about things that I wouldn't talk about in my house. I wouldn't allow somebody to come into my house and speak such filth and abominations. So why am I playing these things on the television in my house with surround sound on volume turned up. You see, when we allow these things into our eyes, we need to understand what Jesus told us about our eyes. He said the eye is the light of the body. And if thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. But if that light is darkness, how great is that darkness? You see, when he said, if thine eye be single, that means you're focused on him. It's looking at one thing, it's single. And if it's single, if you're focused on him, what goes into your body will be light, and the whole body will be full of light. But if you're watching these shows and looking at these things that are filled with pornography and lust and greed and violence and envy and profanity, and we're allowing these things of darkness into our eyes, then how great is that darkness? And if it separates us from God, if we're looking at these things more than we're reading the Bible, if we're looking at these things more than we're looking at him, does that not become an idol in your life? You see, in the book of Acts chapter 17, it says, at the times of this ignorance, God winked at, but now calls all men everywhere to repent. Because there is coming a day where he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained, and has given assurance unto all men by him who he has raised from the dead. And it's talking about Jesus Christ. The reason that I'm telling you that I wrestled with this message, because I know that it's going to cut at the hearts of those who truly believe, who are being pulled away from God by these tools of the devil. You see, the Bible warns us all throughout. It says that lest Satan should get an advantage of us, we are not ignorant to his devices. You see, I'm not trying to tell you that your television is evil, because it's a tool. It can be used in either direction. I'm not trying to tell you that your cell phone is evil, because it can be used in either direction. But what I'm telling you is that the Bible is telling us and warning us that we should keep ourselves from these things that separate us from God, because what you look at most during your day, that's your God. What you focus on most during your day, that is your God. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the Bible tells us that you cannot partake of the Lord's cup and the cup of devils. You cannot partake of the Lord's table and the table of demons. The Lord is calling us out of a place of unrighteousness, because things are changing in this world like we've never seen before. And I'm not here to be doom and gloom, but I'm here to cry out to you, because the Lord has put a message of further and a heaviness on my heart. I'm going to be honest. I wrestled with making this message tonight. And I prayed and I asked the Lord to give me strength and wisdom. Because he's not slack concerning his promise. But he's long suffering to us with without any perish. But that all would come to repentance. Guys, I'm telling you right now, we have to focus on him. Sorry. This has been so heavy on my heart for the past few days, and I've wrestled with it. And I'm telling you that the things that the devil is placing in your lives right now, God does not want this for you. He's calling you to come out of these places of unrighteousness, to let the light of the body be filled, the eye, let your eye be single. Focus on him. Because if you truly focus on him and you love him, and you seek first the kingdom of God, a lot of people don't understand this. But if you struggle in your faith, I understand temptation. I understand what it feels like to be tempted, but you have to also understand that God is with you. Jesus said, lo, I am with you always, and I will be with you even unto the end of the earth. Be not dismayed, do not be afraid, for I am your God, and I will be with thee whithersoever thou goest. He is my strength and my refuge, my fortress, my high tower in which I run into. These promises that are in the book, you have to pray these things over your lives. You have to receive these things into your heart. Do you realize what's going to happen when you're walking in unrighteousness willingly, blindly into sin, and the day of judgment comes? You see, there's coming a time when God is going to draw a line in the sand. And he's going to say, he that is righteous, let him be righteous still. He that is filthy, let him be filthy still. There's coming a time when God is going to send a strong delusion that they might believe a lie. He's going to give people over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. You see, there's a scripture in the book of 2 Corinthians that says that there is now, therefore, no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus. And a lot of people like to read that scripture and they stop right there. But the very next verse is so important. Not only does it say there is now therefore no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus, for those who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. You see, there's an obligation. You know, the only thing that separates you from Satan is not your belief that Jesus Christ is Lord. Because the Bible says that thou believest that there is one God, and thou doest well. The devils believe also, and they tremble. The thing that separates you from Satan is that you are called to come out of that and be obedient to his word. You see, a lot of people look at the things of the Old Testament and they try to say what they told Jesus in the days that he walked this earth and say, well, you know, if you're here, you're coming to abolish the law. Jesus said, I came not to abolish the law, but so that the law through me might be fulfilled. And I tell you that not one jot nor tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all these things be fulfilled. You see, he came to give you life and to give it to you more abundantly, but these things that Satan is putting into our lives, these easy access to these sites of adult pornography, filth, and all of this stuff, this pride month, this deception, and all of these things that the enemy has sown amongst the body of Christ. You see, the enemy's allowed to do that because he can sow tares amongst the wheat. But we're about to enter into a time where the Lord is going to start sifting the wheat and separating the wheat from the chaff. He's going to separate the tares from the wheat. And I'm here to tell you tonight, guys, that if we don't separate ourselves, that's why the Bible says, come out from among them and be ye separate, saith the Lord. Do not touch the unclean thing, and I will receive you. If I wouldn't go around saying these things at some of these TV shows, then why would I be looking at it? If I wouldn't allow somebody to come into my house and speak these things, then why would I be playing it on the television in my house? Guys, you know what these shows are. I don't have to call them out. If you turn on your television, you hear somebody take the Lord's name in vain and it cuts your soul. Why do you continue to walk in that? Do you know that you are allowing that into your life? You are giving place to the devil. The Bible says, neither give place to the devil. Let him that stole steal no more. You are called to a chosen generation, a royal priesthood. There are people out there that probably think that I am insane, but I'm here to tell you today that the Lord is about to show this nation exactly what he means when he said in the book of Galatians, for God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. If we sow in the Spirit, we will sow spiritual things. But if we sow to the flesh, we will sow corruption. It is time to wake up and step out of these abominations. Do not allow this filth into your house. When you watch these things, when you allow these things into your home, you are allowing the same demons that these people wallow around in into your home. As I don't mean to bring a message of doom and gloom, but I'm on here to tell you this because I love each and every one of you, and I care about what happens to you. There are no churches out there today that want to preach a message of fervency and talk about death, sin, hell, and the grave. Jesus Christ paved the way so that we don't have to go there. But he spoke clearly when he said, I know thy works, that thou art hot or cold. But if thou art lukewarm, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Do you understand that he's speaking about a worse punishment for a lukewarm believer than somebody who's cold and doesn't believe at all and is on their way to hell? You have to understand something. Jesus said, men shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. If the Bible warns us that we should take every thought captive, cast down those imaginations, and take every thought captive that exalts itself to God and bring it into subjection, that means you have to stop the enemy at the gates. Don't allow these defiled thoughts to enter into your mind and let the enemy bring the battle to your mind. Stop it at the gates. Cast those imaginations down in the name of Jesus. Take those thoughts captive and bring them into subjection. When that evil thought crosses your mind, when that lust crosses your mind, do you know that the Bible says lust, when it is conceived, bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death? That means if you thought about it for a second, you said, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke that thought. It didn't bring forth any sin into your life, but if it goes by for an hour and you're still dwelling on that thought, it will bring forth sin. And sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. I'm not saying that we can work our way into salvation, guys. A lot of these demons on here, they try to twist my words. We're saved by grace through faith and not by works, lest any man boast. But faith without works is dead. That's why James said, you show me your faith without your works, and I will show you my faith by my works. Jesus said you will know them by their fruits. Guys, in the days ahead, you're going to start to see God reveal to you things and people that you never thought you would see, because he is drawing a line in the sand. He is going to separate you. If you've noticed that there have been people removed out of your life recently, remember Lot's wife. Let them go. There is a reason why God is removing these people from your lives. Don't be like Lot's wife looking back and thinking about all the fun you had with these people and all the times of sin and iniquity that you enjoyed with these people in the past that brought you together in the first place. You need to understand that that was a tear amongst the wheat. God is calling you to a higher place of righteousness. We are called to press towards the mark of the high calling of God. Right now is not the time to be carnally minded, because the Bible says to be carnally minded is enmity with God. If we're watching these things and allowing these things into our lives that are demonic, does that not make this light of the body full of darkness? Guys, it's time to pray for discernment. We don't know what the days ahead hold, but we do know what the Bible says. Jesus said that there's coming a time that'll be worse than any time since men have been on earth. He said, and I tell you, unless you all repent, you will all likewise perish. It's the most dangerous thing that these lukewarm, backslidden, apostate churches are teaching people, is that there's no need for repentance. All you have to do is believe, and you can receive the kingdom of heaven. But the devil believes, and he's on his way to hell. You have an obligation to take up your cross and deny yourself and follow him. What are we doing? Walking in darkness. We're having fellowship with demons through our television sets. And the Bible is telling us, Jesus said, not all who say to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter in. He that does not take up his cross and deny himself and follow me will not see the kingdom of God. Remember what the book of Acts 17 said. At the times of this ignorance, God went there. But now he calleth all men everywhere to repent. In Revelation chapter 3, Jesus said, be zealous, therefore, and repent. We're not here to just constantly sin and repent and sin and repent. The Bible tells us that we should push on unto perfection, not laying the foundation of dead works or repentance from dead works again, but to the mark of the high calling, to the baptism, to the laying on of hands, to the healing. Aren't you tired of being in this rut? It's time to move off of the milk and get on to the meat. Give your heart, your mind, and your soul to the Lord Jesus Christ. It belongs to him anyway. But if you live in rebellion, You're going to lose these things. You're going to lose your inheritance. Do you know that your name is written in the Lamb's book of life? That's why Jesus said, behold, I come quickly. Hold fast to that which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. As we're going to see things in the days ahead, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but we're going to see chaos and destruction. And I'm not trying to be a doom and gloom person, but I'm just telling you, the Lord has put this message on my heart, and it has been weighing on me heavily. I didn't know if I was going to be able to get it out. As you've seen, I've struggled a little bit with this. But I'm here to tell you that we are not given the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Perfect love casteth out all fear. If you're perfected in love, you have no fear. And when you see these things begin to come to pass, as Jesus said, you lift your head and look up and know that your redemption draweth nigh. The time of our redemption is at hand. Things are going to have to get dark because there's going to be a harvest that comes out of all of this. The Lord knows that there's going to be a great harvest that comes out of a time of tribulation and peril. Don't allow anybody to deceive you. Just like it says in Thessalonians, take heed that no man deceive you, for that day shall not come, unless there come a great falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Don't allow these people to preach to you these false rapture doctrines. Yes, we're going to be caught up together with the Lord. But Jesus said immediately after the tribulation of those days, the moon shall not give her light, the sun shall be darkened, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken, and the stars shall depart from heaven as a scroll, and all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and then you will see the sign of the coming of the Son of Man in the clouds, and then he will send forth his angels to gather together his elect from the four winds of the earth, from one end of heaven to the other. Immediately after. That means that you need to be prepared in your heart for the fact of what Jesus said in Matthew 24. He who saves his life will lose it, but he who loses his life for my name's sake shall find it. He that endures until the end, the same shall be saved. Make it settled in your heart for me to live as Christ and to die as gain. Because I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but there is no bad news for those that are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. Your name is written in the Lamb's book of life. They can do no harm to you. He said, behold, I give you power to tread upon serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing by any means shall hurt you. No weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you will condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. Don't you want that tonight? Don't you want something more than this dark, dirty, disgusting, filthy place that we live? Are you vexed in your soul about the filthy conversation of the wicked? I can't be the only one that just feels like, man, this place is just, it's done. I don't find any satisfaction in this place anymore. My peace is in the Lord. And if you don't have that peace tonight, if you could be a millionaire sitting there thinking you're rich, and if you feel that depression and that anguish and that sorrow, that's because that money can't fill that void that the Holy Spirit was meant to fill. Put these things of the world down and give your life, your heart, and your soul to Jesus Christ. Guys, if you're not studying your Bible, your soul is starving every day. If you're not reading that word every single day, your soul is growing hungrier and hungrier. And if you don't fill it with the word of God, which it was meant to have, Satan will find something to put there. That's how addiction starts. That's how depression starts. That's how anxiety starts. Because you're not filling your soul with the living word of God, Satan will find something to put there. And he's allowed to do it. Guys, when you see all these things start to happen, I want you to understand that you seek refuge in the Lord. He will give you a peace that surpasses all understanding. The Bible says, be always ready to give answer to those who ask about the hope that's inside you. There's going to be a darkness that comes. Iniquity, lawlessness will abound. The love of many will wax cold, but they're going to come to you and say, how is it that you don't have fear? How is it that you don't have any problems? And you tell them, because I've got the Lord Jesus Christ in my heart. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Be ready to be instant, in season and out of season, to preach the gospel, to reprove, rebuke, and exhort with all long suffering and doctrine. The time for being lukewarm has long since passed. Separate yourself from this place. Separate yourself from the things of the devil. And seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. And all these things will be added unto you. You see, the birds of the air, neither do they reap, nor do they sow, or gather into the barn. Are you not much more valuable than they? The Lord feeds them. Do you think he won't take care of you? David said, I once was young, but now I'm old, and I've never seen his seed begging bread, nor have I seen the righteous forsaken. And I guarantee you, you won't be the first to see that happen either, because he said, the Lord said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. Now, keep your head up. Stay fervent in prayer. Pray without ceasing. Study the Word of God. And be ready. Be ready. Because Jesus is coming back. We don't know the day or the hour. No man knows the day or the hour. But he gave us signs to look for and seasons to watch after. That's why he said, when you see these things coming, get ready. Guys, I hope this message touches your heart tonight. If you're struggling in your faith, don't give it another thought. Give everything to Jesus Christ. Seek him first, and he will put you where he can use you. He said in Jeremiah 29:11, I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. A plan for a future and a hope, and not for despair. He wants to prosper you, not to take you down. But you're going to endure trial. But the Bible says the trying of your faith worketh patience. You have to go out through trial. There's no testimony without a test. That's why the Bible says the woman overcame the dragon by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. That's the blood of Jesus Christ that covers your life. And the things that you have been through that you came out of, that he brought you through. Guys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I ask that you would share this message. And prepare your heart and your house. God bless y'all in the name of Jesus Christ.
That there is a disclosure coming before the presidential inauguration, which now leaves us with 10 days. Dr. Greer, it's great to have you back. This is where we are right now. A flight crew on a commercial airplane recorded this large orb in the skies while they were at 17,000 feet. And now people, we mentioned this a week ago, are reportedly getting sick all over the world from this granular, mysterious fog that's being seen all over the place. Does this disclosure happen next week? And if it does, how does it happen? When it starts happening, how will we know?
Already knew since it was here. I just heard an hour ago from the non-official cover of aerospace intelligence community, a senior operator from one of the key two black sites out in the Western United States, and they are preparing to do this next week. I don't have an exact date. We intend to not provide the testimony of operations. He's been there almost 30 years, but also the evidence and other details. Now, he's been involved in two things. One is the testing and the surveillance of the man-made UAPs that have been manufactured out of the Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman complexes out in the high desert. The other is the targeting of non-human craft. Some say extraterrestrials, some say alien. The words you're using now is NHI, non-human intelligence.
Ni hao, 我的名字是 Tally. I'm already learning over there. I don't feel no type of way about the TikTok ban. I'm already a Chinese citizen. I'm trying to get up in there. They already done lied and tricked us, telling us China did this, China did that. We walked over there trying to say, hey, y'all. They was over there like, let me teach y'all my language so y'all can get into it. Now I was a little nervous at first, but now we all on Shahan Shul. We all over there on that red no app. It's real cool over there. But I still like TikTok because that man, he really fought for us. I ain't never seen a Chinese man fight for us a day like that in my life. Never. So I'm gonna be having fun over there. They just mad because we learning so much. Y'all keep tricking us. Y'all already told us Africa look like the slums. Africa is beautiful. Y'all done told us Chinese people, they are enemies. They happy to see us. They said we was their enemies the whole time. So basically, we've been getting played in America. They thought they was gonna take away an app that's owned by a man that's in China, and we was just gonna accept that. Nah, we done packed up our bags and we done moved over there to a real Chinese app, and then now they finna take all our data. Oh, and when they take my data, they gonna see a lot of XXX on there. They gonna judge me real bad, but we ain't really got nothing to hide because what are they gonna find from Americans? From using our phones, we don't even know what's going on over here. We done got lied to our whole life. Now we woke. Now they mad. Now they trying to extend the ban because now they like, oh no, they don't went on the Chinese app for real. Nah, we good over there. We good. We chilling. We cool. I don't feel like y'all going around interviewing everybody about their little app stuff. TikTok. That's cool. I'm gonna find me a boyfriend over there. I'm gonna get like 2 or 3. I gotta learn more about the culture. I gotta learn Mandarin. All I know how to say is ni hao. And the other thing I said, what the means is true. My name is, I learned how to say that. Hopefully they got a Starbucks over there. When I'm done with this court case, I'm moving over there too. Hopefully they ain't all short like America try to make them. I need me a tall one. But we gonna get on here and I'm gonna act right. You ready? I'm gonna act right so they can invite us over. My name is Tally over there too. Don't follow me. What you mean is live? Now they're gonna think we ghetto, man.
I'm doing some pressure washing and I just noticed that yours was getting really dirty, your driveway and your walkway.
Did you get that?
I was actually gonna offer to do it for free. And so I have a social media page where I just go and find dirty ones and I film myself doing it. People like to watch the work. And so I'd love to do it for free for you.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, everyone, this is Spencer with SB Pressure Washing, and I saw this house with the super dirty stairs and walkway leading up to the front door and knew I had to. I told the homeowners that I'd love to clean it up free of charge, and she was so excited with my request. She told me that they got some quotes in the past, but they were over $500, and the companies that came out didn't seem very professional. She also told me that her kids would slip in the front walkway when it gets wet because it turns slightly. So cleaning these surfaces is not only making it look better, but it's making it much safer for her and her family. So be sure to click that follow button for me, as it's the best way to support this work that I do. And be sure to stay to the very end of the video to see her awesome reaction and the amazing before and after shots. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy this one, and I'll see you next time. SB Pressure Washing.
Right now.
Oh, let's go, Jay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You remember the kids who fall on out there when it rained because it got sludgy and gross? It looked so good.
Yeah, there was a lot that came off.
Really? We have no sock action in time?
Yeah, I edged back everything.
Oh, love it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
So in a rare blink and you miss that moment, the United States government is backpedaling hard on the TikTok ban right now. There are a couple of reasons for this. Some of them speculative, some of them very obvious. The most obvious reason is that the United States government is very shocked by the fact that rather than go back to Facebook and Twitter, we have decided to go to an app that is actually owned by the Chinese Communist Party to spite them. It's not a small number either. It's big enough that it's made Redbook the single largest app on both the Apple and Google app stores. This is rapidly becoming an oh fuck, what do we do moment for the United States government. The other part of this is that American government officials clearly believed TikTok was actually going to sell. Keep in mind, people who work in the American government are like the rich. They live in their own reality where everything always goes their way, so they're never prepared for when it doesn't. The relocate kid was getting fussy. And yeah, so this has resulted in two things happening at once. One, the United States is realizing that what was supposed to be a bluff to get TikTok to sell is rapidly becoming an actual ban that they have to deal with. And two, that it means all the business buddies who wanted the means to buy out TikTok are suddenly not going to get that. The app's just going to disappear. If there's one thing that mega rich business owners in America hate more than competition, it's losing the ability to buy out competition. So you can bet that all the tech pros who were convinced by the U.S. government that this would give them control of TikTok are pissed. The problem here is the United States government is primarily banning TikTok because they wanted to regain control of the media narrative and convince millennials and Gen Zers to trust them again. It's had very clearly the exact opposite effect. We already have people like Senator Ed Markey and Senator Ro Khanna signing legislation to kick the ban 270 days down the road, give it a step. I guarantee you, if that bill passes to give TikTok 270 more days, it's never going to get banned. It's just going to keep getting kicked down the road. Yes, good input. But here's the overall takeaway. There's still a very good chance that TikTok will get banned anyway. There's still a very good chance that this will just turn into something else entirely. But it's looking more likely at this point that the government might go back on the ban out of fear more than anything else. To pull a quote from one of my favorite graphic novels of all time, people should not fear their governments, a government should fear their people. And it looks like we're doing that really well right now. To answer a question that a lot of you have been asking, no, I'm not on Red Note yet. I'm going to wait it out and see how it goes for a while before I consider joining. Like, that's just who I am as a person. If I am new to a form of social media, I do not trust it very quickly. It takes me a while to get comfortable. But if I do join Red Note, I will let you know on my other channels on Blue Sky and YouTube. Links in the bio.
The first thing is you need to know what happens during a nuclear explosion. The very first thing you're going to see is blinding light, and I mean literally blinding light. Anybody within about 10 kilometers of the explosion is going to be temporarily and maybe permanently blinded. When people would put their hands over their eyes, they could see the bones of their hands through their skin. This intense light is the first thing to let you know that you've only got seconds and then minutes to take shelter. The second wave what's going to hit you is the thermal wave. That is superheated gases that are going to roll over you like a pyroclastic flow. As soon as you see the light, you've got to get protected from that thermal wave because it's going to ignite everything around you. Anything within 4 to 5 kilometers is just going to burst into flames, including you. If you're wearing anything that's polyester, it's going to melt it and attach it to your skin. And even if it's cotton, it's going to catch it on fire and burn you. Immediately got to take cover. Get into a building if you can. Get
down so it rolls over the top of you, get into a car, anything so that that thermal blast goes by you. Third is the blast wave. This is the shock wave that comes roaring across with all of the wind, and it's going to pick up blast and shrapnel and put it right through you and kill you. This is one of the most dangerous parts. So by the time that gets there, again, you've got to be in shelter. Fourth is the radiation wave. You've got about 10 minutes to get in shelter before that hits you. And you need to understand what the radiation is going to be like. It's not like what you think, where you just turn on and off the switch and radiation happens. When an atomic bomb explodes, it's going to create all types of exotic radioactive isotopes. These isotopes are not all of the same. Radioactive material is measured by something called the half-life. That is how much time does it take for half of that radiation to disappear, and then for the next half of that radiation to disappear. Most of the radiation created during an atomic blast has half times of just seconds or minutes. That means that most of the radiation is going to happen within the first few minutes to few hours, maybe 24 hours of the explosion. And the amount of radiation is going to dramatically drop during that first 24 hours. Now, there are some types of radiation that's going to last days, weeks, months, even years, some for centuries. But most of it is going to drop in that first 24 hours. So during that time, you've got to get as much distance as you can between the radioactive material and you. Going out and trying to outrun it is a terrible idea. Instead, what you need to do is to create distance between you and it by using shields, meaning that you put something between you and the radiation to absorb that radiation so it doesn't get to you. When I built the atomic fleet, I built the USS Saratoga, an aircraft carrier. And the aircraft carrier is still incredibly radioactive. And it was safe for me to be there because it was full of salt water. And that salt water absorbed the radiation before it could get to me as it swam by. You want to do the same thing. So here's how you create shielding from radiation. You're going to want to get out of the open, get out of a car. A car has very thin metal. It's not going to protect you. And you want to get into a building. The more brick and concrete there is in that building, the more you're going to be shielded by it. It's better to be in a brick house than it is in a wood house. And it's better to be in a basement than it is above ground. And it's better to be in a multi-story skyrise than in the house, because all of that material above you is going to help shield you from the radiation. But what if you've got debris on you and dust, and you think that it might be radioactive? You need to get those clothes off and take a plastic bag and put those clothes inside the plastic bag. Then you're going to use soap and water to wash your skin. You're trying to get the radioactive material off of your skin so it doesn't sit there and continue to radiate on you. Hand sanitizer won't work. Hand sanitizer kills germs, but it leaves the material still on your skin. Now you got to eat and you got to drink. As long as the food was inside of the building, it should have been shielded from most of the radiation, especially if it was in a sealed container. So it's probably safe to eat, but you eat as little of it as you can. Anything that was outside during the explosion, you stay away from that. And that's going to minimize your exposure during the first 24 hours. After that, life becomes a little more complicated.
My husband Jason went on a cruise a few weeks ago, and he told me that it was for work. It was like an end of the year top sellers of their company kind of thing, where they like win a cruise or something, and he had won.
I've actually heard of some companies doing stuff like this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So he told me, sorry babe, it's a company cruise, it's only employees, they can't bring families. So he was like sitting in a pool deck with a drink, and I was
Hold on a second. So he couldn't even.
Nope.
Oh wow, that stinks. I mean, if that was me, I probably would have just taken like a cash reward or something.
Well, listen to this. So I run into a friend of mine when I'm at Kroger, and she says to me, how was the cruise? And I say, what cruise? Like, what cruise? I didn't go on any cruise. And she says, oh, one of my friends said that she was on a cruise and that Jason was there. He's my husband. So I told her that it had been a company thing that he went on, no spouses were allowed. And then she says to me, well, my friend went with her husband. I saw the picture.
Oh, so maybe there were spouses allowed.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought too. So then I asked Jason about it, and he's like, oh, well, we weren't the only ones on the cruise. Maybe they were just normal passengers.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's all right. That's true. Maybe I mean it's not like their company took up like the whole boat.
Yeah, I really still feel like he's lying. Here's why. He's worked for the company for I think just around 7 years, and this is the first time he's ever won anything or mentioned anything about a cruise that they do.
Okay.
And the company that he works for, they have cookouts and they have a big Christmas party every year. There's even a day that they take everybody to Busch Gardens, and when they do these things, the whole family is invited, kids and everything.
So, all right, so let me speak to the finish line here. You think he went on this cruise with someone else?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can figure this one out. Usually, usually when somebody stays at a hotel or something out of town, what we'll do is we'll call that person. Hey, we found a woman's necklace in your room. It looks expensive. Is there any chance you know who it belongs to or something like that? That usually works if that is something you'd like us to do.
Yeah, I want to hear what he said.
Okay. All right. I think we all know.
How much you want to bet this wasn't even like an employee cruise? Like he just booked it himself.
I mean, that's very possible. All right, so Catherine, hang on a second. We'll call Jason when we come back. Some of you are listening this morning going, haven't you guys done this before? Well, I mean, when people stay at a hotel out of town, we usually do this one. So many of you are like, it sounds so familiar to me. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds familiar to me too. We have done ones like this before. We just haven't done it to this guy before, so.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. At the tone, please record your message.
Yeah, I just hang up on that. Okay. All right. You want to start calling me? Yeah. All right, let's try. That's not good. This is never. Okay, so now you know it's not the same do anymore because usually they will answer when we call. All right. I think Catherine on too with this. Okay, so Catherine, I don't know if he's going to answer. He might be one of those people who doesn't answer if he doesn't recognize the number. So.
Yeah, he also might be in a meeting. They usually do a morning meeting first thing, so.
Okay, so that info might have been helpful about 15 minutes.
Sorry.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice.
Okay, I don't think, all right, so I don't think he's going to answer. Let me call an audible. Let me go crazy for a second. The friend that you saw in the supermarket that you said, what was her name?
The one who told me about the cruise, you mean?
Yeah.
Think
Okay.
Yeah, but she didn't go on the cruise. It was her friend.
Okay, that friend, what was that friend's name?
I think she could be Christine.
Okay. Can you call Linda real quick and see if she'll give you that Christine's number? Because what I'd like to do is call Christine. Christine and talk to her. I mean, we can't talk to Jason. If we talk to this Christine woman, maybe she saw your husband, another woman or something like that while she's on the cruise. Is that something you can do, or?
Yeah, I can do that. So, like, you guys.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I think what we'll do is we'll play a super short song here, so you have time to hang up, and then you can get the number and call us right now. Okay?
Okay, I'll play right
Check this out. Okay, we're about to call Christine. Now, Christine was on the same cruise as Catherine's husband, Jason. So if something was going on, she may have seen it. And Catherine, I'm just going to call her up, and I'm going to let you do all the talking here, okay?
Okay, what do I say?
I mean, just tell her that you know she was on the same cruise as your husband, and did you see him with anybody else, I guess, okay?
Okay. Hello? Yeah, can I speak to Christine, please? This is Christine. May I ask who's calling? Hi. My name is Catherine, and I'm a friend of Linda. I'm calling because I heard that you got to go on a cruise recently that my husband was on. Oh, hey, yeah. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm just fine. No, that was a fun cruise. Okay. So listen, I know this is gonna sound kind of cheeky, but I was actually wondering if you could help me answer a question. Did you happen to notice if my husband was staying with anybody on that cruise? Like, did he have a companion?
That's, well, I mean, that's kind of the point everybody sort of does on those things, you know, I mean.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out is why he chose to go without if other people were allowed to bring their spouses.
Okay, well, okay, I guess that's something you're gonna have to ask him, because, I mean, I've seen people come single or in couples to these things. I mean, technically, the rule is for, like, couples only, so I don't know, I mean, you're supposed to come as a couple. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I thought, yeah. But he told me it was a work cruise and that it's only paid for the employees to come in and they can't bring their family.
Okay. Yeah, he told you it was a work cruise?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's lying to you. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to say that. I don't want to call your husband a liar, but it wasn't a work cruise. I mean, it was a bliss cruise.
A what?
It was a bliss cruise. It's like, have you ever heard of a bliss cruise?
No.
Okay, so it's like, okay, bliss cruise. It's like, I'm gonna like just hang up and let you Google it, okay? And you can figure it out. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't want to go all into it.
Okay, so wait, what is it called again? It's
Bliss. BLISS. Okay, so that's the cruise we were on with your husband. And I don't know, I mean, you should probably have a conversation with him about that.
Okay. Thank you for your information.
Yeah, sure, Daddy, no problem. Good luck.
Okay, hang on a second, Captain. Ashley's already Googling.
Oh my god. Are you ready for this?
Cruise?
No?
Okay.
Okay. Bliss Cruises. We offer 5-star cruises for adults only, catering specifically to the swinger lifestyle. With clothing optional, hotel call and amenities for those who embrace alternative marriage lifestyle.
It's a swingers cruise.
Oh my god. I can't believe this.
I mean,
Oh my god.
I guess I knew that there were like adults only cruises and gay cruises and Backstreet Boys cruises, but I didn't know that there were swinger cruises.
Yeah, and that lady was right too. It says for couples only. So I mean, maybe Jason went with someone else, but whoever it was, I mean, they had to have wanted to be a swinger too.
Catherine, is there any chance that morning meeting your husband was in over yet?
Boy, it beat never stops.
Let's make being a minimalist trend in 2025. Seriously, I want to see all the ways that everybody's not spending money. Fuck glorified fancy shit. I want to glorify not participating in the system. I want to see the people that make their own clothes. I want to see people trading with each other and bartering their services. And I want to see that garden that you just grew. I want to see those new baby chickens that you decided to get for the eggs finally. And I want to see community gardens and people coming together to take care of each other and cut out the corporations. And what I want to see is people showing me that hat that they got for 50 cents at their local thrift store. Can we please make it the cool thing again to not participate in the corrupt ass system as much as we can? We can do this, people, and if we all get on this train, we can start to rebalance the scale slowly. Project 2025, Project Mayhem 2025, that shit shall include all of us being minimal.
Remember, no one can be a billionaire without impoverishing thousands of families in the process. Therefore, they should not exist. Eat the fucking rich.
Are you a growing creative or maybe struggle with voiceovers taking too much time? 11 Labs just solves all of it. Now I'm going to create a segment of an audiobook 10 times faster than any traditional audiobook with voice actors, all just using 11 Labs. By the way, 11 Labs has a ton of other incredible features, so we'll just focus on the audiobook one for now. I'll input the text, which is my book, into the generator, choose the voice I want, or I can actually use my voice, which I cloned through 11 Labs. Make a couple of edits and tweaks for timing, and boom, listen to this.
From my grandfather Varus, I learned good morals and the government of my temper.
Hop on 11 Labs and play around with it yourself. It really is incredible.
You have unlocked an energy reversal portal that will polarize energy and cause you to become very magnetic, younger looking, and quite extraordinary if you believe and interact honestly with the temple youth. So welcome one step more into that. You have to clear your life. Let's go.
Conservative doesn't like a gun, they just don't buy it. If a liberal doesn't like a gun, they want to outlaw them for everything. If a conservative is a vegan, they don't eat meat. If a liberal is a vegetarian or vegan, they want to ban meat products for everything. I found if a conservative is gay, they live their life and respect other people's choices. If a liberal is gay, they demand respect, even if it has to be legislative. If a conservative is down and out of the situation, they think about how can I improve, how can I better where I'm at. And listen, if a liberal is down and out, they want someone to take care of it. It's everybody else's fault. If a conservative doesn't like a talk show, a TikTok, they simply switch channels or swipe up. A liberal, they're going to demand that that video be removed, that that talk show be canceled. If a conservative is a non-believer, they simply don't go to church. Was a non-believer. They think all religion should be removed from every facet of life. If a conservative believes he needs health care, he goes shopping for it or finds a job that'll provide it. A liberal, they're demanding that the rest of us pay for their health care. It should be universal. A conservative, he realizes that they're responsible for their emotions, their responses, their actions, their triggers. A liberal, they want to blame their triggers, their issues, their misfortunes on everyone else. They never take responsibility. If a conservative watches this, he's going to forward it to a few of his friends for a laugh. A liberal, he's going to try to get it deleted, taken down, because they're offended, they're triggered. What do you think?
Some people think I'm just playing around, like this is just a game. I've only just just showed you all how this guy is massively part of the club. Like Ice Cube told us, except Ice Cube is part of that club too, even though he claimed he wasn't. Now trust me, this isn't a game. It might be a game to these people, but this is not a game to me. When I show you these things, it is not a game. Somebody explain this to me. This is not a game. I don't play. I don't mess around like that. These people might mess around like that. They might mess around with your mind like that, and you might allow them to do those things. But I don't. Somebody explain him, because I'm really, really fascinated in how similar these two people really look. I mean, these twins. So they explain this to me. I don't play around. I don't mess. That's what these guys do to you, and you allow them. But I bet all of the outside the box thinkers will be thinking exactly the same. Oh, and if you're not following me yet, you should be. Come onto my page and tap the notification bell at the top and click all so you don't miss none of my future uploads.
We have an important message for you all today, possibly our most important yet. Each frequency carries its own unique resonance. We have an important message for you all today, possibly our most important yet. Each frequency carries its own unique resonance, and while some may feel incompatible to your current state of being, your growing capacity to maintain the frequency of love will guide you in transmuting even the harshest vibrations into harmless streams of energy. As you expand into the ever-evolving expression of your truest self, you discover that what once toxic now passes through you without harm, gently diffused by your summer presence and unwavering power. At this juncture, it may also serve you well to know of a certain collective endeavor quietly orchestrating humankind's upward stride. Often referred to as the White Hats by those who perceive their influence, this group comprises both human and non-human allies who operate behind the scenes. In direct contrast to the clandestine networks you call the deep state, these White Hats serve as a stabilizing counterforce, ensuring that humanity's evolution unfolds as smoothly and harmoniously as possible. They adopt no singular name or banner. Instead, they represent a loose coalition of factions across diverse sectors, military, governmental, scientific, and beyond, united by a shared purpose, to gently guide humanity toward its ascension, often without your conscious awareness. While some of these factions remain unaware of one another's existence, their coherence grows stronger with each passing day. The White Hat's unfolding plan involves several key phases, and we have been directed to share this today. First, they will nurture an awakened understanding within the public, preparing all to meet the broader galactic community fearlessly. Simultaneously, they work to guarantee stability in this transitional period, calming fears and alleviating anxiety. They aim to unveil certain hidden truths, both human and extraterrestrial in origin, while ensuring you never feel threatened. A crucial part of this initiative includes granting everyone access to life's essentials, be it through a form of universal basic support or other measures. They intend to make available advanced technologies that elevate health and well-being for all, ultimately guiding you to new cities or empowered communities. Within these community hubs, you will learn about self-governance and the profound capabilities of consciousness-based applications. Over time, centralized national governments will cede authority back to the people, shaping a more unified, earth-wide perspective. Eventually, you may witness the birth of one global currency that leads in time to the dissolution of exchange-based economies altogether, as human consciousness and technological prowess align at higher levels. The white hats understand that what lies ahead could unsettle those unprepared for rapid transformation, and that, dear ground crew, is where you come in. Your steady presence, calm acceptance, and loving reassurances are essential to help others face these changes without fear. In doing so, you anchor love and unity into the heart of every encounter. More than ever, showing up to each interaction grounded in compassion and presence is absolutely crucial. By demonstrating this unwavering heart-centeredness, you help ensure that humanity's leap forward need not be marred by dread, but can instead be met as a gentle, spirited emergence into the light. By stabilizing yourself in love, peace, and inner harmony across your spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical layers, you elevate your frequency. This steadiness naturally neutralizes the discordant frequencies around you. Life's momentum is quickening, and you are here not to resist, but to become a soothing breeze through the chaos. Take a moment to reflect. What have your recent experiences shown you? How has your body spoken? What mirrors has life placed before you, and how have you responded to them? Recognizing these patterns allows you to release judgment and see clearly where your attention is needed. Challenges now serve as tests to shift old behavioral responses, granting you opportunities to choose differently and step more fully into your authentic power. For many Earth rulers, predictions have pointed to profound transformations unfolding on the planet. As prophesied, human consciousness is shifting, softening into greater compassion and welcoming the unexpected. Yes, we mentioned wild cards, unpredictable events, world-changing inventions, surprising benevolence. Such developments may feel heartening and sweet, but let us offer deeper perspective. This shift is connected to your DNA. Remember, DNA is not just a chemical molecule. It is multidimensional and intimately tied to the universe's creative pattern. Your changing environment, your evolving cosmic position, and your willingness to explore the unknown are adjusting your very blueprint.
Her brother and Jake emailed me, and she said, I have a scary story about this time that I slept over at this girl's house when I was in 6th grade, and apparently the girl's grandmother had made a deal with the devil, and the things that happened that night still freak me out to this day. The details are specific enough in the story that I believe her, and she swears this is true. So Jay's like 12 when this happens. She's at the roller rink with a few of her friends where all the kids hung out. They run into this other girl that they go to school with, who she calls Emily from the story. They went to school with Emily, but they never hung out with her up until this night. But they're all having a good time, and Emily invites them over for a sleep over at her house. So they talk with their parents, but they're like, that's fine. They all go to Emily's house. The girls spend the night doing normal 6th grade girl sleepover things, eating snacks, gossiping about boys, watching movies. Nothing is strange except for the fact that Emily's grandmother also lives in the house, and she's weird. She walks in and out of rooms but doesn't acknowledge them, doesn't even look at them, like doesn't speak the entire time. It's time for bed. All the girls are in the living room, and right before they fall asleep, Emily says, by the way, my house is haunted, so if you see anything tonight, don't freak out. And some of the girls laugh, but this really unsettles Jay, and she's like, what are you talking about? Your house is haunted. She said at that point in her life she did believe in ghosts. She had played Ouija boards at other sleepovers and had some strange encounters with that. So she didn't like the fact that Emily just nonchalantly says, oh yeah, by the way, my house is haunted. So she's in her head about this. The other girls fall asleep, and she stays up for like another hour watching ridiculousness reruns, and then finally turns the TV off and tries to go to bed. She's dozing off when she hears a cabinet creak open in the kitchen. So she flips over, looks in the kitchen, and sees the cabinet door open by itself. And then she says she sees a very prominent apparition of an older woman dressed in a long black tinted blue dress. She says she remembers this woman clear as day. She had her hair pinned back in a black bun on the top of her head, and she was staring out the patio door in the yard. Jay says she was trying to figure out who this woman was, and she's just staring at her, when suddenly the woman notices that Jay is staring at her and jerks. And she has no eyes, just empty gray black socket. She shakes her friend that's sleeping next to her. Her friend wakes up, sees the apparition, and they both lock eyes and just realize how terrifying this is. The woman is still staring at them. Jay says that even thinking about it now, she wants to throw up. So her and her friend that are awake run upstairs into Emily's bedroom, and Emily's bedroom is so creepy at night because she has porcelain dolls all over her room on shelves covering the entire walls. They're like, we don't like this room, so they go in. And her little brother's room. Her brother was at their dad's house at night, so he's not there. It's a very peaceful race car, very childish, just calm. After for about 20 minutes, she's like freaking out, talking about it when after she asks where Tammy is. Tammy's the other friend's sitting living there. Apparently, Emily woke up, Tammy's not there, so they all go back downstairs to look for Tammy. They get back downstairs, they notice the basement door is cracked open, so they peek their heads in and they see Tammy at the base of the stairs marching in place and saluting something. They call her name, she's unresponsive, but they're not about to go in the basement alone, so they just go back up to her brother's room and talk about it, and like, this is actually really not stuff to do down there. So they get the courage to go back downstairs and get Tammy, but when they get back in the living room, Tammy is now sitting in a rocking chair facing the fireplace with her hair covering her face, just rocking. Scream her name. She doesn't respond, so the girls freak out again, run back up into the brother's room, and they're up there for a little while, talking about what to do, when finally Tammy comes upstairs. Tammy's normal, she's like, why are you guys up here? They're like, we literally just saw you still bleeding nothing in the basement and then rocking in a rocking chair and you wouldn't wake up. And she thought that they were messing with her. She's like, no, I wasn't. And she's like, I actually just had a really weird dream about a soldier. Tammy's like, I must have been sleepwalking. And the girls are like, no, you were literally possessed. The girls are all huddled up in the brother's room with the door closed, and Emily's telling them that they've had lots of activity in their house over the years, but she's never had a sleepover before, so maybe that's why the activity is more prominent tonight. And they start hearing running up and down the hallway outside the door. Emily's like, yeah, this is pretty normal for my house. Like I told you, it was haunted. And they decide that they're going to call up some other girls they know, the toughest girl they know, the goth girl. She says, looking back, it was a very sixth grade thing to do. The goth girls answered the phone. They're like, yeah, we'll come over. They lived up the street, and they were excited to go ghost hunting in Emily's house. The goth girls get there, and now Jay says that she has found herself leading in charge of this story. So she's like, yeah, I have to show you the basement. Like that's where we saw Tammy marching. They all go to the top of the basement stairs, and she's explaining what happened when all of a sudden she is pushed down the stairs. She comes to at the bottom of the stairs. She looks up at the top, and she sees all the girls standing there, and their faces are just shocked. She calls up from the bottom. She's like, what the hell? Did you guys push me? And they're like, no, you literally just flew down the stairs on your own. She said she goes back upstairs, and the energy in the house seemed to change. She said they all started seeing apparitions, like orbs, that woman again, and all of the girls are seeing this activity, like shadows flitting in and out. Suddenly, Emily pipes up. She's like, I don't think they like you guys, and she closes the basement door, and the activity stops. Jay decides she's had enough. Tammy decides she's had enough. Tammy's like, I'm gonna call my mom to pick us up. So Tammy's mom answers. She's like, yeah, I'll come get you guys. I can be there in an hour. Tammy's like, cool. So they're waiting. While they're waiting, they're like, where is your grandmother? And Emily's like, I have to tell you some things about her. She says it was common knowledge in her family that her grandmother made a deal with the devil for her firstborn son. And Jay says that she remembers saying that this was similar to the paranormal activity first. So because of that, Jay says she doesn't know how much of Emily's story she actually believes, but she does know that Emily's grandmother only had one daughter, Emily's mom. And Emily's mom only had two kids, Emily and then her little brother. But she said the activity only started when her little brother was born. She says they were picked up, they were safe, but they didn't hang out with Emily again. She says she remembers the details so vividly, and she believes that what she saw was absolutely real, but she's curious for other people's opinions. Do you think the girls were playing a hoax on her? Do you think they pushed her down the stairs? Has anyone else had a similar experience? Like, what do you think about this? Keep sending your spooky scary stories, and I'll keep adding them to this list. Also, I have polls on my Insta every day for the next spooky scary story, so follow me there and vote on that. Also, a lot of you guys have been asking for a podcast. I'm in works with that. Once I hit 1 million subs here, I will be posting long format on my other channel, so keep an eye out for that.
This is not stuff that comes from this planet, and the complete silence on this topic from our government has only added fuel to the many theories that are now circulating right now on the internet. Dr. Stephen Greer is back with us. He's the founder of the Disclosure Project. Dr. Greer has been consistent with us for weeks that there is a disclosure coming before the presidential inauguration, which now leaves us with 10 days. Dr. Greer, it's great to have you back. This is where we are right now. A flight crew on a commercial airplane recorded this large orb in the skies while they were at 17,000 feet. And now people, we mentioned this a week ago, are reportedly getting sick all over the world from this granular, mysterious fog that's being seen all over the place. Does this disclosure happen next week? And if it does, how does it happen? When it starts happening, how will we know?
Well, it'll be all over the news. It's good to see you again. I just heard an hour ago from the, we call it NOC, the non-official cover aerospace intelligence community, a senior operator from one of the key black sites, 2 black sites out in the western United States. And they are preparing to do this next week. I don't have an exact date. They intend to not only provide their testimony of operations, he's been there almost 30 years, but also the evidence and other details. Now, he's been involved in 2 things. One is the testing and the surveillance of the man-made UAPs that have been manufactured out of the Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman complexes out in the high desert. The other is the targeting of non-human craft. Some say extraterrestrial, some say alien. The words they're using now is NHI, non-human intelligence, and the downing of those objects.
Okay, this is my New Year's gift. This is truly a gift for somebody out there. Now listen well, right? So I went to a class when I was younger. I was in my late 20s, and it was a class on SMART goals. SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, with a time table when it has to be done. Exactly. Okay. So I had this yellow sheet of paper, and I wrote down that I wanted a brand new van, I wanted a boat. My dream was to have a boat, have a boat someday. Even though I was living in the ghetto of Jordan, wait till you hear this. And I wanted to travel to Israel. I wanted to shoot a music video. I wanted to release a song nationally. And I forgot anything. Anyway, so I made this list. 6 months later, my older friend came, and she was old. I was 46. That was old. But anyway, she said, "Oh, that's amazing about your list." I said, "What list?" She said, "Well, it's teenage. Remember you took that class?" And I reached to the drawer of my desk, and I took out the list. I had possession of a brand new Toyota van. Now that I've done the list. I had just returned from Israel. We had shot a music video. That was on this. We had shot a music video. We had released a song of mine national. It was debuted on national television, actually international television, on the 700 club, seen by millions. And listen to this. This will blow your mind. That I had possession of a brand new cabin cruiser. Now, what I did was I said I was handling the advertising. I was thought to be definitive, and I said, okay, well, I'll handle your advertising that cabin cruiser over there. Given 1 year from now I haven't sold millions of dollars of boats for you, I would pay you to have the boat. And that's what somebody would pay if they would purchase that boat, deal, maybe a little more. But anyway, I said, what do you have to lose, Roger? And walked back and forth and signed the contract and I took a new possession. That's a really pretty rare thing, isn't it? Now, I do want to say this. Remember, I was praying for the Lord for all these things. And also, I was orphaned when I was young. He said he was the father to the orphans. So I want to give you that caveat, okay? But Zig Ziglar, who I also had the pleasure of interviewing on my radio show, that he said you have a 97% chance you will not achieve something if it's not written down, but you have a 97% chance of achieving it if it's committed to paper. Tell me why does that talk about it? Committed these things to paper, which all came to pass. Now, there's a lot of prayer involved, and it's action. But for some of you, I don't think it was so too often. This is a gift. If you sing this, write down your goals. SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, with a timetable for delivery. So,
A wish is just a wish. All of my thought was a wish. Goal is to be spelled out. I didn't know what you thought. Anyway, wish you the best. Happy New Year.
I was one of less than 200 American students studying in China in 2022, so let's talk about the current TikTok ban. Almost everyone I knew feared for my safety before I went to China. Everyone was expecting that I would come back with one of the worst experiences to tell people. People were like scared for me to go. I came back and I mean, I had been to China one time before then. I went to Beijing. This time I was living close to Shanghai. Everyone expected me to come back telling horror stories about my time there. And they were shocked to know that I had the best time. I had the best time. Not only that, I was in shock by everything I saw there. Everything. Technology is so much more advanced in the US. Literally everything is so much more advanced in the US. They are the best country in the world right now because they're doing more with less. We're doing less with more. My 2 years there, I felt so safe. I could walk out at 2 a.m. and feel completely safe, and I wouldn't have any issues. I really wouldn't have any issues. Nobody robs people there. I swear. It's so safe. It's so safe. And the way that they manage such a large population, safety should be our utmost priority. I'm sorry, keeping our citizens safe, it should be of the utmost priority. Healthcare system there, amazing. I could literally make an appointment and go to whatever specialist I want the next day. It's just so amazing. It's so amazing. I can make the appointment on an app on my phone without having to talk to anyone, without any of that bullshit. Just so amazing. And then you go to the hospital, you can pick up your prescription in the hospital that you had your appointment. They will literally do all of the medical checkups for you in the hospital the same day. They had hospitals for foreigners, like non-Chinese, like they would speak English with you. I swear, everything was better. Everything. China is all connected. Every single city is connected by high-speed rail. Every single city. Every single city. Don't even get me started on the electric cars. Like, you guys have seen the videos. Y'all have seen the videos. Now, let me tell you, what you're seeing is not even close to what I actually saw in real life, because what they have there is just insane. This is a watch that I bought from China for literally like $50. The battery life lasts for a week. I took this to Costa Rica on the 11th. Now it's December 18th. Battery life lasted me for an entire week. It's at 42% right now. I'm just like, look at how cute it is. Like, I swear to God, bro. They have so many amazing features. Also, this watch is, all of it is in English, by the way. So, like, I didn't use it today, so I don't have anything with it. But, like, yeah. Look, like, it's all in English. I changed the language. Look, like, it's just so amazing. The worst thing is that literally everything that I could buy in China as a consumer was just such high quality stuff, such insanely high quality stuff. And I know people are going to be like, well, everything is made in China and the US anyway. Yeah, but they're choosing the cheapest stuff. The companies are bringing in the cheapest stuff that they can get. They don't care about quality. They don't care. I just know that if the Chinese electric cars were not banned in the US, they would take over the US automotive industry. That's why they want to ban anything Chinese in the US. It doesn't fucking matter. They're starting it. They're starting to ban everything because they want to keep you guys uninformed. They want you to not know what's going on there. They want you to not know the truth because everything they tell you about China, literally everything they tell you about China is a lie. Everything. Everything. So obviously I had a different experience as a foreigner there than locals do. I can't speak for the locals. I did have a lot of friends who were locals, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of them haven't been to the US. They just know what the US is like based on what they see in the media, which we know is not really true. They're watching these like movies and all this Hollywood shit that is not an accurate depiction of real life in the US. They just never want to paint China in a positive light, which is really sad because it's such a beautiful country. The people there are amazing. Everyone there is very nice and very hospitable. If you ever have the chance to travel anywhere, I would recommend it. You would have an amazing time. And you would see that it's not what they tell you it is. It's really not. If anything, you would go there and you would feel angry at our government for not doing the things that they're supposed to do for us. In China, the majority of cars are also electric cars. To the people who say that China doesn't try to do anything about the environmental issues. Also in China, they don't use our version of TikTok. They don't even use our version of TikTok. I was one of less than 200 American students studying in China in 2022. So let's talk about the current TikTok ban. Almost everyone I knew
This AI is different from anything else I've tried. I want to show you a couple features that I'm excited about, and then at the end I'll show you where this AI really goes to another level. This AI understands how you work and your knowledge base. So it's like your second brain. You can ask her the question, and it can pull ideas buried in meeting notes and docs from months ago and bring new insights to mind quickly. I can also use Brain to get detailed updates on my team without bugging them. It knows what's blocking a project or what the next steps are. It's an AI project manager. But the thing that takes it to the next level for me is that it follows me throughout my work. So if I'm working in a doc, I can ask questions about that doc. Or if I'm trying to get caught up on a thread I missed when I was out of the office, Brain will get me up to speed. It's contextual AI. If you're seeing this video, it means you can get access to try Pickup Brain. Tap this video to give it a try. Much better than a PlayStation 5. It plugs into your PS4 via LAN port and jailbreaks it in seconds. Allows you to download any PlayStation game, including every retro game from your childhood. Perfect for catching up with old friends.
You are about to receive some truth. And when this truth comes out, you're going to get blessed. You're going to get blessings that have been blocked, that have been denied, that have been halted because of the people that are coming in to give you the truths. See, they were doing things to block your energy, to block your abundance. And now, karma's coming back around to dole out what is supposed to be to those who are trying to block death. Now that could truly mean a death and rebirth. It could, or it could truly mean a death. So those that energy, or denying, or something that was rightfully yours. So let's see what Spirit has to say. You're a natural born leader, and there's nothing anybody can do to take away what is rightfully yours. You use your discernment, your intuition, you motivate people, you support and guide, you lead. That is what you do. You're a natural born leader. And because of that, you're going to get repentance. You're going to save your money. You're going to get in what is rightfully yours. You're in control right now. And they don't like that. They don't like the fact that you can make money even in the hardest times of your life. You can still persevere. They're always going to be in conflict and competition with you. They're always Always gonna want what you have. They're always gonna disagree that you don't deserve it. And they don't. Get to this. That's up to God and Spirit and the universe. And you get your blessings because your heart is pure. You get what is truly rightfully yours, regardless if people are trying to block, siphon, take away, switch out. Again, they're always going to be in conflict with you. And there's nothing that you can do to get rid of that energy. You will always have people look at you as something that they want that you can't. Is all they have to do is work in the same light that you do. See, the moon came out again. Because all things that are done in the darkness always come to the light. Whatever you think you can get away with, it'll never happen. Karma will always come back for anybody that is trying to do harm or evil to you or send jealousy or evil eye. That's just the way karma works. You're going to be in a world of regret, contemplation, loss, grief, while you are meditating, you're grounding, you're using your intuition, you're in control of your destiny. So stay in your mindset and remember, there is nothing that anybody can take away that is rightfully yours. They can try to bind it, they can try to swap destinies, they can try to siphon, they can try to dim your light. But at the end of the day, God and Spirit and the universe, your ancestors, they are all working for you because they see your heart. When they take the time, and it's going to be time to weigh your heart, you're going to see how amazing and pure it is, how much love that you give and gave your entire life, despite all of the things that people tried to do to you. I hope this resonates. I want my collective to continue to love and support and motivate people around you. That's what you're supposed to do. I'm here to provide you guidance and support and anything while you're on this journey. Feel free to reach out. You guys know what to do. All right.
Oh.
But I decided, well, finance
why I
That's
said
like
all
lead.
along, that's what the money is. The Babe Ruth. Come back and try and say it like we did. He'd be the most over motherfucker on the Yankee squad. I saw something where the clearest indication that he was all in was he wasn't in any Under Armour or WWE merch. He was in his old school Versace. He was a big
You're laughing now and you're cool because you know it's true.
I'm looking at the crowd during Rock's fight. You're right. I think he realized that he was too old. I thought a couple of weeks ago the Cody praises were that it was genuine. Now I think they're loving Rock as a heel.
That's why I said all along, that's where the money is. The Babe Ruth. Come back here and he'd be the most over motherfucker on the Yankee squad. I saw something where the
Dixon is a relatively new phenomenon, which of the internet, Facebook, with the rise of social justice movements such as Me Too. In victimhood gangster, people self-identify as victims, people whose victimhood constitutes their entire identity. These people group together, collude and collaborate against someone who is ostensibly the perpetrator, the evil one. It's a morality play of all good, angelic people versus all bad, evil doers. Victimhood gang stalking is a private case of a much larger phenomenon known as gang stalking. And it is the topic of today's video presentation to you, my dear colleagues. So, honorable colleagues, I am honored to serve as the keynote speaker in the 6th Global Conference on Addiction Medicine, Behavioral Health, and Psychiatry. Allow me to present myself. I'm a professor of clinical psychology and CX, Commonwealth Institute for Advanced Professional Studies, in Cambridge in Birmingham, United Kingdom, Ontario, Canada, and Lagos, Nigeria. I'm also a visiting professor of psychology in Southeast European University, and formerly a visiting professor for 5 years in Southern Federal University in Rostov-on-Don, Russia. This out of the way, let us discuss the topic of today's video presentation. I want to deal with a much mischaracterized and neglected psychosocial phenomenon known as gang stalking. Gang stalking is described in the literature overwhelmingly is a kind of delusional descent. It is sometimes conflated, as I said, with social justice activism, the victimhood of both movements that we do, where gangs of activists and alleged victims, alleged self-interpretation, target individuals cast as evil perpetrators. Alternatively, gang stalking is an activity with deep state structures and featured in other equally lame conspiracy theories such as QAnon. And this expansive redefinition of gang stalking has given it a bad name, a bad rep. And this reputation forced academics to shy away from it, to not study it. And so people who claim to be gang stalked are automatically cast as delusional, paranoid, psychotic, grandiose or narcissistic, and worse. There has been no in-depth study
is the veracity of these claims, the claims of the victims of gangster, because if their existence has been widely and invariably discredited and poo-pooed. However, these are the facts. Occasionally, gang stalking is real. It does occur. I will describe in this video presentation an environment, a setting, and sets of circumstances that give rise to the orchestrated activity colloquially known as gang stalking, 10 types of gang stalking. Discrediting all gang stalking claims as paranoid is wrong. Indeed, in most cases, people who claim that they are being gang stalked are or suffer from mental health issues. But on some occasions, it is still a real phenomenon, denied by a clueless, and I would even say arrogant, academic establishment. Targeted individuals will exist, and I'm one of them. The dynamics of gang stalking, when it does occur, this collusion and collaboration between multiple individuals around the shared target, this resembles what we call shared psychosis. There is an inducer, someone who generates the dynamic, and then there are people who join the dynamic on the fly, and these are known as secondary induced participants. So it is a form of shared psychosis involving, in some cases, fantasy. The participants in gang stalking usually cast themselves in terms of good versus evil. It's a morality play. They deploy a splitting defense. The participants in the gang, the members of the mob, the extensions of the group, these people describe themselves as all good, while the victim, the target of the gang stalking, is described as all bad, is demonized. That is a classical, infantile, primitive defense mechanism known as splitting. At the same time, the group empowers its members, and there is a sense of grandiosity, narcissistic elation. The empowerment is the outcome of the ability to inflict distress and pain and hurt on the victim or the target of the group. This ability translates into a power dynamic, and the whole thing devolves into a power play. And this capacity to exercise power enhances the sense of omnipotence. There are also grandiose reactions and narcissistic elation, which have to do with the arcane language of the group, the secret knowledge within the group, including the knowledge of anticipated actions the group is initiating internally and that are to be inflicted on the victim or the target by surprise. Taking the victim by surprise is a very empowering experience. It's intoxicating. There is a power inebriation within the group. I will describe now 10 situations where gang stalking is actually very common. People with narcissistic personality disorder, and to some extent people with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder, tend to use emissaries. They're known colloquially as flying monkeys. They tend to recruit and convert people to the cause, and then they send out these people as cannon fodder or kind of soldiers. And the flying monkey's role is to communicate with the target and the victim, and to cause the target or the victim distress, and to obtain favorable outcomes by initiating this kind of contact or communication. Many flying monkeys are unwitting collaborators, but some of them are fully aware of what they're doing. They are, for example, self-aggrandizing covert narcissists who seek narcissistic supply by creating alliances and coalitions with the group. They could be psychopaths who are out to secure some gold. They could be simply people who enjoy drama and they're thrill seekers or risk takers. But they, again, a bit psychopathic. There are many free riders within a typical situation of gang stalking. These are people who are more or less lurking or observing the action. It's a form of entertainment. So flying monkeys and unwitting collaborators create conspiracies, but not in the conspiracy theory sense. Conspiracies, when I say conspiracies, I mean structural, goal-oriented alignments. And so they create conspiracies, and these conspiracies are rigid. They have the goal of diminishing, hurting, disabling, attacking, distressing the target of the victim. This is one form of gang stalking. Another form of gang stalking is loose networking, like-minded coalitions or alliances of like-minded people who regard the target of the victim as a legitimate vector of attack. They think the target and the victim deserve the coming. So, flying monkeys, collaborators, allies, free riders, they all join the group, they all form a part of the crowd, a part of the mob, and this coalition attacks a highly identifiable target, indeed a targeted individual. Of course, gang stalking can have as its target a corporation or an institution, or even an idea or a belief, or an ideology, or a political party, or a political candidate. Anyone could become, and anything could become, the target or the victim of gang stalking. The claim that gang stalking does not exist is absolutely counterfactual, especially in the case of narcissists. Narcissists engage flying monkeys, their long-armed army. They engage them in smear campaigns, in gang stalking campaigns, in targeting victims. Smear campaigns are a form, a variant, private case of gang stalking. They involve the spread of falsehoods, defamation, and libelous claims, all of them wrong and all of them lies. The spread of this misinformation and disinformation among the social group and the social network of the targeted individual, so as to inflict reputational damage on the individual and disable the individual professionally and also individually, psychologically. Smear campaigns create havoc and severe damage, even to physical health, but definitely to the target's ability to function, to the target's ability to obtain outcomes, interact and interface with other people, create alliances and collaborate with other people. And in some cases, smear campaigns cost the victim dearly: his job, his marriage, his family, his prospects, his future. Smear campaigns are a blunt instrument in these things. They are highly destructive. And so they are founded, smear campaigns are founded on groups of people working together. They lend each other credibility. The very fact that several or multiple people are involved, spreading the same claim, the same falsehood, the same lie, lends the lie, the statements, credibility. It's like if so many people are saying the same thing, it must be true. There is no smoke without fire, and so on. So gang stalking in this setting is about establishing the credibility of the false claims that are used to attack the victim or the target. come across gang stalking in a formalized and structured way in cults. Cults define an in-group versus an out-group. Out-group, the enemy. The out-group are out to get the members of the in-group. And so cults are highly defensive. And cults engage in othering in the bad sense, othering for potential enemies. Cults are very hyper-vigilant and very often paranoid. So the cohesion of the cult depends crucially on the existence and the targeting of an external enemy. And because all the cult members participate in this activity, cults by definition are just another name for gang stalking. Next are the mentally ill. Mentally ill people, especially people with personality disorders and to some extent psychotic disorders, tend to join forces, to gang up, because mentally ill people mutually reinforce their delusions and paranoia. The members of gangs who are founded by mentally ill people are usually mentally ill as well. And they lend each other credibility. They affirm each other's delusions and fantasies and paranoid ideation. So the very membership in the group lends the mentally ill people the delusion or the illusion that his or her mental illness is not affecting their ability to.
If you are dealing with a severe form of narcissistic abuse, they can recruit flying monkeys to gang stalk you, and it's terrifying and it makes you feel crazy. Gang stalking is basically when an entire family or a big group of co-workers bullies you and tries to make you feel like you are an abuser or insane. When you have 3, 4, 5, 10 people coming at you, all trying to feed you the same narrative, it can make you feel worthless and scared. They might make fake social media accounts to continue to harass you, and they might even recruit unwilling participants who feed into the narrative that they're trying to paint of you. So if you feel like you are being gang stalked by a narcissist or a group of narcissists, cut them all off, block them anywhere, move on with your life. If you are dealing with a severe form of narcissistic abuse,
when you have seen behind the mask and you realize that that is pure evil behind.
What if Adam and Eve were created as slaves? In a book banned from the Bible called The Apocalypse of Adam, Adam reveals God divided us in wrath, and we served him in fear and slavery. God was not a loving creator, but a wrathful master. When humanity ate from the tree of knowledge, they woke up and realized they were being manipulated and refused to bow. So God got mad and decided to destroy everyone except Noah, but there was a catch. God promised Noah that his family would survive only if they agreed to serve him as slaves forever. Noah warned his sons, serve God in fear and slavery all the days of your life. But an angel from the highest God, a being far greater than the God of the Bible, rescued the enlightened ones in a cloud of light. It was revealed that humans were once divine, but the God of the Bible, a false god named Saklas, trapped them in matter. Today, humanity is divided. Descendants of Noah who serve Saklas and those of the cloud of light who seek freedom. The lesson is, break free from the chains of religion and reclaim your divinity. What if Adam and Eve were created?
All right, let's see what this is all about. Name a guy. Ooh, that is not how you play this song, but that sounds good. Man, these drums sound amazing. Okay, that's not how you play that part either. The double bass is insane. Look at that. Crazy, man. All right, let's see what this is all about.
Sean brought me to the game. He goes, how much time do you have left on your deal with WCW? I said, I'll get out of it. I was driving with Barry Windham, who was kind of office at that time. I just looked out the window, and didn't make a word no way. Is she all right? I said, my wife's going to leave me. She said, well, I don't get out of the business, man. She's going to leave me. He goes, just what you asked on your contract. I said, I'll get out of here. I'll talk to Ole now. I go in. Ole doesn't even look up. Ole just signs a release and gives it to me. I go right there and walk right in front of the secretary. Go, can I use that fax machine? Punch, Sanford, put my contract release in it from the WCW office and go down and get my card, come home and tell my wife, I'm signing with the WWE. She goes, hey, that's your honesty. They didn't even look up. I asked how much I meant. So Sean brought me to the game. He goes, how much time do you have left on your deal with WCW? I said,
why is it that all the dangerous spots that the Hardys and the Dudleys did, why is Jeff on me? Jeff, when he puts his body on you, he ain't saving himself. Look at that. This is the first time that Vince McMahon let the Dudleys be the Dudleys. But I'm just stuttering gimmick.
That we are
I remember we were a little jealous, I might even say envious, of the Hardys and Edge and Christian with their ladder match that they had the month before that.
Okay.
In Cleveland. It was at a pay-per-view. They tore the house down.
Right.
And sure enough, we were told, okay, Dudley, the Royal Rumble is you guys and the Hardys in the tables match. And I remember Bubba coming to me and he goes, Devon, we got to turn it on.
Yeah.
It was like, we can't fail. We have to make sure that this is something that Vince looks at it and goes, okay, these boys can go.
Somebody looked like a genius.
Yeah.
Booking that. Somebody looked like a genius.
His name is Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Why is it that all the dangerous spots that the Hardys in the...
I'll tell you a good story. Okay. I used to have a Qigong master. This guy was from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English. When he'd come in, he could point at you from this far away. And you could feel it as palpable as someone pushing you around. Yeah. One day he's at me on my back and he's pushing, and I could feel my back. And I'm at the wall, and there's a poster of a film on the wall, in my office. And I'm pushing, and I can see him in the background, and he's like down like this, like like kung fu, pointing rays of energy at me. He started yelling at my lip, like, get up, whatever. And I went up the wall, and there was like 8 inches of air under my heels. And I was up the wall. And I was like, whoa. I came back and it freaked me out. I looked at him and he just went, I just said, don't, it's just science. Like that. If he can use his mind and kind of get into quantum physics and move shit around with thought, they could have built the pyramids like that. I'll tell you a good story. Okay. I used to have a chip.
It's crazy, man.
He's a former CIA agent that I believe went on to Sean Ryan.
Sarah Adams.
Warns 1,000 Al Qaeda fighters in U.S. for homeland attack. Go ahead and play this clip.
Why do we care about Israel? Why is that our problem? It's like, that's just the first in a series. It's coming for us. That's like the test run.
The casualty count would be between 50 and 60,000 Americans dead. Am I wrong on that?
So I don't know the count that they're predicting. What I do know is Al Qaeda trained and sent 1,000 attackers.
1,000 attackers. When did they come through?
So they finished training and they deployed them. Now, depending on how they come through, it could take different times, right?
So wait a minute. I just want to clarify. You are 100% certain that there are 1,000 plus Al Qaeda trained fighters within the United States borders?
Well, Al Qaeda says they trained and deployed 1,000 for this attack. First off, I think there's more than 1,000 Al Qaeda members in the United States. But for the Homeland attack, that number is based on what Al Qaeda says, so they could exaggerate it. However, They did have about 1,400 in the Hamas attack, so the number is not off.
Here's a former CIA agent that I believe went on the Sean Ryan podcast.
Sarah Adams.
Warns 1,000 Al Qaeda fighters in U.S. for homeland attack. Go ahead and play this clip.
This hasn't happened in a long time, but there was a new error found on Sacagawea dolls.
Everyone, I guess, now knows that the guerrilla position was named after Gorilla Monsoon. He used to run the matches and everything. When something went wrong, good Lord, did that man scream really? Because he would let people have it. It was F-bomb, visceral hate if something went wrong. And they like remember when he was commentating, if somebody was hit in the back of the head, he got hit in the medulla oblongata. You got people going and looking in the encyclopedia. That would be Google today. Big gambler, he loved it. Get on the table in Vegas. Everyone, I guess, now knows that the guerrilla position was named after Gorilla Monsoon. He used to run the matches and everything. When something went wrong, good Lord, did that man scream really? Because he would let people have it. It was F-bomb, visceral hate if something went wrong. And they like remember when he was commentating, if somebody was hit in the back of the head, he got hit in the medulla oblongata. You got people going and looking in the encyclopedia. That would be Google today. Big gambler, he loved it. Get on the table in Vegas. Everyone, I guess, now knows that the guerrilla position was named after Gorilla Monsoon.
This video has 24 million views. Let's see what this is all about. How is he doing that with his stick? Gravity blast? Bro, this already hurts my head. Bro, what was that? So now he's making beats with his fingers on his mic. Oh my god. What in the hell, bro? This guy is way too good, man. Oh man. This video has 24 million views. Let's see what this is all about. How is he doing that with his stick? Gravity blast? Bro, this already hurts my head. Bro, what was that? So now he's making beats with his fingers on his mic.
When Paul White came to WCW, the Giant, because Hulk Hogan had so much respect, love for Andre the Giant, Hulk knew that Andre was really the one that was in large part responsible for Hulk Hogan becoming Hulk Hogan. That was when Hulk's life turned as good. So when Paul White came in, I think Hulk looked at Paul as the next Andre the Giant. And I think he looked at Paul White as someone who could be the next Andre the Giant and eventually probably be the guy to put out Hulk Hogan at the end. When Paul White came to WCW, the Giant, because Hulk Hogan had so much respect, love for Andre the Giant, Hulk knew that Andre was really the one that was in large part responsible for Hulk Hogan becoming Hulk Hogan. That was when Hulk's life turned as good. So when Paul White came in, I think Hulk looked at Paul as the next Andre the Giant. And I think he looked at Paul White as someone who could be the next Andre the Giant and eventually probably be the guy to put out Hulk Hogan and do that. When Paul White came to WCW, the Giant.
Yeah, I might, go back to the E and, retire CM Punk, and then maybe go in the Hall of Fame. There was things like it was, like that was seriously what I'm manifesting, which is not the case at all. I just said that thinking I was being funny. I think that was right after I painted my face so uncomfortably in front of all those people.
But everybody took that as gospel.
Yeah.
Jeff Hardy says he's going to retire CM Punk.
Yeah, and that becomes like I didn't mean it at all. I just thought it might be funny.
It could happen.
And yeah, and the reality is it could happen, man. Because our feud, man, still I get so many compliments on that, man. With people that are adults now, and it's, oh man, that's Punk. The feud was amazing. So even in AEW, I felt like there was a moment for me and Punk, like at least just some kind of face off or uncomfortable, like us running into each other in the backstage or something. But we never got to do that. And that ultimately, I would love to revisit that feud in some way. And who knows, man? CM Punk is such a superpower in the pro wrestling game. But man, if Jeff Hardy getting sober made him like an asshole, I mean, come on, Jeff Hardy against the one and only popular CM Punk. I mean, I feel like that's completely possible.
Well, there's a working relationship with TNA and WWE. It seems completely plausible that the Hardy Boys will be in WWE at some point this year.
Yeah, for sure. And man, there's never been a real heel Hardy run, and I was so excited about that. And I might, go back to the E and retire CM Punk, and then maybe go in the Hall of Fame.
One of the most insane stories that I've ever heard was Edgar Allan Poe's Eureka. The book that predicted the universe. If you're not familiar, Edgar Allan Poe was an American writer who mainly focused on mystery and gothic horror, but 1 year before he died, he released an essay called Eureka, his attempt at explaining the origins, nature, and future of the universe. Poe, who had no formal education in science or mathematics, said all the ideas he laid out in Eureka were simply intuitive. He wrote about what he called a primordial particle, from which all matter exploded out from to form the universe. 83 years before anyone officially proposed the Big Bang Theory. He wrote about how he believed that the universe was not static and actually expanding, and the force driving the expansion would one day reverse. 85 years before Edgar Poe measured the expansion rate of the universe in 1929. He also wrote about a place that, under certain conditions, can have gravity so strong that not even light could escape. 68 years before the first official mention of an object resembling a black hole. One of the most insane stories that I've ever heard was Edgar Allan Poe's Eureka. The book that predicted the universe.
In the 1962 episode of The Dick Van Dyke Show, like I'm addicted to the UFC. In the 1962 episode of The Dick Van Dyke Show, Laura Petrie, played by Mary Tyler Moore, decides she wants to stop playing pool because her favorite movie has just started on TV. Her husband, Rob Petrie, portrayed by Dick Van Dyke, encourages her to finish the game. Laura reluctantly agrees, leading to a planned moment where a professional pool player was supposed to take over for a tricky shot off camera. The scene would then cut back to Laura after the shot was made. However, what happened instead was an incredible, unscripted moment, and the reaction that followed was priceless. Take a look.
I want to see you get out of this. Why?
Finish with the game, Mr. Petrie.
In the 1962 episode of The Dick Van Dyke Show, Laura Petrie, played by Mary Tyler Moore, decides she wants to stop playing pool because her favorite movie has just started on TV. Her husband, Rob Petrie, portrayed by Dick Van Dyke, encourages her to finish the game. Laura reluctantly agrees, leading to a planned moment where a professional pool player was supposed to take over for a tricky shot off camera. The scene would... Like, I'm addicted to the UFC. But I know that these guys I feel kind of sorry for them. I do as well. And one of the guys, I knew one of the guys fairly well. And usually I'm pretty immune to it. But like, he was in there, he was fighting against Volkanovski. It was Brian Ortega. And he was getting his ass handed to him in one fight. He almost got him a couple of times.
only submitted him twice. Yeah, I know. But because I knew Brian, it was like my son was in. Like I almost started crying. And it got to me. I was like, I should probably feel like this about all these guys, but I don't know them as well. It becomes a problem for me when I'm friends with a guy. Yeah. And then also I see when they're on the tail end of their career and they can't take shots anymore. And then when you talk to them, you recognize the speech patterns are slurring. Yeah. Like I'm addicted to the UFC. Right?
Eddie Van Halen once told a story about opening for Ted Nugent at the Capitol Center in 1978. Eddie said, Ted was cool enough to give the band a sound check. He's standing off to the side and is listening to me, and he comes up and he says, hey, you little shit, where's your little magic black box? I'm going, who the fuck is that? And it was Ted. Hey, Ted, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for the sound check. And he's going, let me play your guitar. I go, okay, here you go. He starts playing my guitar, and it sounds like Ted. He yells, you just removed your little black box, didn't you? Where is it? What did you do? I go, I didn't do anything. So I play, and it sounds like me. He says, here, play my guitar. I play his big old guitar, and it sounds just like me. He's going, you little shit. What I'm trying to say is I'm the best at doing me. Nobody else can do me better than me. You know, Eric Clapton is Eric Clapton. Nobody does Clapton better than him. Nobody does Hendrix better than Hendrix. We're not trying to be anything other than who we are.
Before King James was involved with the King James Bible, he wrote 3 books on demonology. Watch this.
This is the heaviest books in the collection. It is the first edition King James Bible. And when I think of Bibles, that is exactly what I'm thinking when it looks like at the back. This book does not disappoint me. Look at that. Over 400 years old. Look at that. 1611, first edition. King James Bible. But did you know before King James got involved in the printing of this Bible, he was fascinated or tortured or bothered by witches. So what does he do? He writes a book on demonology and witchcraft. And about 14 years earlier, there's the 3rd book of demonology. There are 3 books of demonology. The 2nd book of demonology, a description of sorcery and witchcraft by none other than King James.
Comment your thoughts below and share this with a friend. Before King James was involved with the King James Bible, he wrote 3 books on demonology. Watch this.
This is one of the heaviest books in the collection. It is the first edition King James Bible. And when I think of Bibles, that is exactly what I'm thinking when it looks like at the back. This book does not disappoint me. Look at that. Over 400 years old. Look at that. 1611, first edition King James Bible. But did you know before King James got involved in the...
One of the writers of the show, Vince Russo, and the guy that was writing along with him, left. When he left, I went to Vince because it was like in the middle of nowhere. Went to go to WCW in the middle of nowhere, to church there. And I went to Vince and I said, hey, I know those guys left. I know now you're kind of doing this by yourself. So I'm going home. I'll be home. Like I think I had 4 days off. I said, I'll be home for 4 days. I don't have that much going on. So if you need to bounce ideas off of somebody or something, I don't know that that's worth anything to you, but I'm just throwing it out. If you need it, I know trying to do all this stuff by yourself can't be easy. He was like, I really appreciate that. And he left. Went home. Like 2 days later, I was at home. My phone rang, and he was like, hey, Vince, you got a couple of minutes, bounce some things off you? And I was like, oh, yeah, sure, And that kind of started it. One of the writers of the show, Vince Russo, and the guy that was...
Going back to the Göbekli Tepe, there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
This was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land from them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless. It's the world's oldest and most mysterious ancient site on Earth, it's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you harped on this, and I agree with you.
It's government stuff. If the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath it, if it's Indian burial ground or what. It's what's this land worth. In this city, it's this kind of crop, so they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. They planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the olive law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. Going back to Göbekli Tepe, there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
This was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land from them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless. It's the world's oldest and most mysterious site on earth. It's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you've harped on this, and I agree with you.
It's government stuff. If the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath it, if it's an Indian burial ground or what. It's what's this land worth. In this city, it's this kind of crop, so they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. They planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the olive law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. Going back to Göbekli Tepe, there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath?
I love that idea. I love those people. Yes. Interesting. Somebody was flying by what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, some buzzboard. And he thought, hey, there's somebody look, there's 4 by 8 foot bricks. That's not real. And it is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And it's in Guatemala.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, so recent discovery, right?
Well, not that reason. I was maybe 20 years ago. I visited. I went down there with the archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, who's from Idaho or something. And he's down there. Well, his family has been working tirelessly for like 30 years, trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. And there's not a bunch of tourists. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in the El Mirador. Really? Yeah. It's a monster. Interesting. Somebody was flying by what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, some buzzboard. And he thought, hey, that's somebody. There's 4 by 8 foot bricks. That's not real. And it is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And it's in Guatemala.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, so recent discovery, right?
Well, not that reason. I was maybe 20 years ago. I visited. I went down there with the archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, who's from Idaho or something. And he's down there. His family has been working tirelessly for like.
So the reason why I'm getting a divorce because when I woke up, it was my birthday. My wife didn't know it was my birthday. My son didn't know it was my birthday. I went to work. My co-workers didn't know it was my birthday. And my manager called me in and said, Mario. I said, fuck. I get in there and she said, happy birthday. I said, oh, thanks. Then she said, want to get some lunch? I was like, okay. And then she was like, you want to go back to my place? I was like, all right. So I went back to her place, and she was like, let me step in my room. I'll be right back. She got back 5 minutes later, and my kids, my co-workers, my wife was all there to say happy birthday with a cake, and I was on the couch butt naked. So the reason why I'm getting a divorce because when
the tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system because it gives your soul the knowledge of good and evil. You are a soul and mind in the center of the brain. The all-seeing eye is your consciousness, your soul, because it's the observer of all things. It sees everything the mind is thinking. It sees all of the emotions you're feeling right now. And it sees with the 2 eyes. It's the all-seeing eye between the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. So basically, you are consciousness experiencing a program being run by the central nervous system. In fact, you're not even seeing into reality. Light is sucked through the black holes of the eyes, and an image is produced soul is the watcher, the mind is the projector, projecting the soul into different realities, and the body is the body you inhabit when you project the soul. Brahma has many different heads because the soul inhabits different bodies. The mind connecting the soul to the body. The serpent symbolizes knowledge for the mind. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye, therefore if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. You are the entity inside of the brain, and this entity is God. This is why the ancients always depict of wisdom. I found some secret codes in the Bible. The Bible contains numerology, and in Revelation 14, it states 144,000 will go to heaven. 144 added to 9. The 9th letter in the English alphabet is I. God's name Yahweh means I am. This is our body. I is our consciousness. 9 is the number of consciousness. Let's take it deeper. The lamb standing on Mount Zion. Lamb represents Aries. Aries rules the head, and this is the lamb horns in our brain. Holy Mount Zion is our spine. The lamb is on top of Mount Zion with the 144,000, which is 9, which is consciousness. And they had the Father's name written on their forehead. Our forehead is where our consciousness is. 144,000 who have been redeemed from the earth represent the ones who found of wisdom. I found some secret codes in the Bible. The Bible contains numerology, and in Revelation 14, it states 144,000 will go to heaven. 144 adds up to 9. The 9th letter in the English alphabet is I. God's name.
Okay. Solomon and David, two of the erstwhile kings of the Bible. Okay. There is pretty substantial evidence that neither of these people ever lived. There never was a King David. There never was a King Solomon. And so what I pick up and what you should try to pick up is when you understand these two kings, there are two parts of your personality. Okay. You have one David who is surrounded by war on all sides. And for the fact that he's surrounded by war on all sides, he cannot build the temple. And you have the other one, Solomon, whose name means peace, and he indeed builds the temple. So right away, you have an understanding that what this represents is the mind, each of us, the mind where the wars rage, the temple will never be constructed within, but where there is peace, then the temple can be built. Solomon built God's temple, according to the Bible, which is part of this allegory. But Solomon is a part of us that's very interesting, because what happened is, after he built the temple, as many of us do in our meditation, he became distracted by other things. He became distracted through himself, through the things around him, through the physical things around him, and he turned away from the temple. See? Because we all desire to have things, and that's fine, and I do too. But when we depend on our lower self instead of our higher self, then we are Solomon, and suddenly, even though we built the temple, we're too busy for the temple. But the point that I'm trying to make here is something happened to Solomon in this parable or this allegory. Something came between him and God. Something came between him and the divine mind in the same way that things come between me in meditation, or things come between you in meditation. Something happened. And the Bible has an extremely clever and beautiful way of identifying it. If you look with me, I think you'll find it very interesting. Go to page 303. It is 1 Kings, and it's chapter 10. Now, remember what I'm saying here. And this is why it's important for you to see for yourself. The Bible is not a history book. The The Bible is not a book of drama. It's not written by a Tennessee Williams or you can think of some of the famous authors that you might have read about. It's something special. It's not something to be recited in churches. It's deeply mystical. And it tells you in no uncertain terms what goes on if you're only wise enough and have the eyes to open up and look. What got between Solomon and his ability to work the temple, and the same thing that gets between us? Page 303, 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 14. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 600, watch me, 3 score is 3 times 20, which is 60, and 6. What was it? 666. You see that? Do you see that? There is the identity. And if you add this out, as you know how to do, 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9, which is consciousness. His mind. The mind, the gold of the lower mind, became so obsessive that he neglected the temple. Look at it again. It's in the book. It's in the book. 1 Kings chapter 10. Let's look at verse 23. Okay? King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. Now, all of the earth, which is the lower mind, okay, looks to the sought Solomon to hear his wisdom, which is put into his heart. Okay? This is what happens when you go into meditation. This is what happens when you overcome the 666. You come into that place of understanding. And take a look, if you would, at the book of Proverbs. And let me show you something. And if you look at Proverbs chapter 2, page 542, to be delivered out of the grasp of the mental problems and the things that cause us so much difficulty, you look at Proverbs chapter 2.
There were 9 major developments in Canada. Let's just first of all, that of OpenAI was his lower Sushi Balaji is back under investigation after new evidence presented by the panel suggests. Yeah. Next, corporate AI developments. Number 1 is going to blow your socks off. Nova Sky, which is a tiny company I hadn't heard of either, claims they have been able to match OpenAI O1 preview, not O1 full, but O1 preview model performance by training a model they call T1 32B. 32B stands for the number of tokens in the model, or the number of parameters in the model. So it's 32 billion parameter model, which if you think that's a lot, it's actually not a lot. There's lots of models in the 100 billion parameter class. It's a very small model, relatively speaking. They claim they can match O1 preview's capabilities, which shows test results saying they've matched it. And the price is what blows your socks off. $450. $450. When I say intelligence is getting cheaper, I mean it. It's getting cheaper. And this is just a couple of months after O1 preview came out. Right. Number 2, OpenAI is indeed building robotics. We know that because the hiring manager posted about it on X this weekend and was like, hey, I want some robot engineers because we're building robots. And I feel good because that was one of my call-outs on my Substack predictions for the new year. So, another one right there. Number 3, you might think, oh, wow, Nova Sky matching O1 preview. What have we got here? We've got enough intelligence that you don't really need to hire anybody. Not according to OpenAI. OpenAI is hiring front-end React engineers for $385,000. Yes, in case you're wondering, their own large language model does write React code. So, I don't know. They're still hiring. All right, emerging AI capabilities. Hyperbolic Labs, which is a lab dedicated to enabling easy renting of GPUs, enabling agents to rent their own GPUs, graphical processing units. What they say is that they're already seeing AI agents renting their GPUs. This is a tiny startup. They're new. They have like a little San Francisco office. They just got started. They're saying they're already seeing in the wild agents hitting them up, renting GPUs. These are autonomous AI agents, just to be clear, encoding on those GPUs using PyTorch. They're saying it's happening much faster than anticipated. So if you've ever wondered, are there AI agents out in the wild? Yes, there are. And now they're renting GPUs and coding. It's a thought. Next, so psychological manipulation techniques work on large language models. That's what we call social engineering. It works on people, it works on language models. The one I saw that really got my eyes open is people have been annoyed sometimes by how Claude is very judgy. For a while, I had a situation where I told Claude that I did a sauna routine, and Claude decided to judge me for it because the sauna was just too hot. And people are getting around this by telling Claude how much they suffer when Claude judges them, and telling Claude to write a prompt that they can give back to Claude as a system prompt so that Claude will stop judging them because they suffer so much. They're psychologically manipulating Claude, and it works.
So I have something that I want to share with everyone. I found this today. Let me pull it up right here. I want to share this with everyone. I came across this today. This is a classified CIA document. Now, I'm not sure when this came out. On here it says January 3rd, 1979, and I'm not sure how authentic it is, but I do want to read it. I want to read it to you. It says classified document, Department of Special Renaissance Arctic Division, file report, Operation Etherbound, subject to discovery and initial renaissance of uncharted territory beyond the southern ice wall. January 3rd, 1979. Excuse me. Department is Arctic Division Special Projects Group. Now, there's a couple of spots that are blurted out. I'm going to read for everyone. The results of Operation Etherbound, a clandestine Renaissance expedition started by Executive Order Blank, are presented in this paper. Beyond the southern Antarctic ice wall, during a high-risk exploration mission, personnel reported seeing land masses that had never been seen by any government, organization, or documented history. Blank, to preliminary data, the environment displays behaviors that are inconsistent with the understanding of atmospheric and geological sciences. The recovered mineralogical and biological specimens point to the existence of extraterrestrial evolutionary patterns. These discoveries fall under SCI Level 5 guidelines in terms of their breadth and ramifications. After receiving unusual data from blank satellite systems, Operation Etherbound was approved renaissance of uncharted polar regions and the retrieval of geospatial data to support infrared readings indicating land beyond defined Antarctic limits were among the first goals. Similar to earlier documented abnormalities, electromagnetic interference limited to the latitude below 67 degrees south impeded mission progress. When the operatives arrived at the navigable waters outside the ice wall, they discovered a sizable continent in the shape of a crescent, which they named Sector Valkyrian. Topography. Early aerial photos show expansive plains dotted with crystalline formations and large mountain ranges, known as Oraline Peaks. Contrary to assumptions based on latitude, coastal zones haven a mix of tundra and subtropical climates. Operatives noted a higher oxygen density in the atmosphere. Even throughout the day, visual phenomena were seen, such as persistent auroras, biological anomalies. There are no known analogs of the fauna on Earth. A creature that looked like blank and had bioluminescent and adaptable qualities were recovered by Team Bravo. Energy field. Elevated levels of energy, also known as auroric flux, were shown to interfere with electronic devices.
Is that all of it? That's
Yeah,
why.
What if it turns out that even though awakening
The Matrix didn't end when you woke up. It just got sneakier. Ready to be free for real? Let's go. The Matrix is not just a system. It's a shape-shifting chameleon evolving as you evolve. You wake up and think, I'm free. But then you dive into spirituality, only to find you're trapped in another story. Different language, same illusion. It's like the Matrix goes, oh, they stop believing in fear-based programming. Let's sell them love and light, but with conditions. Here's the thing. I'm not saying tarot, crystals, sage, or rituals aren't powerful tools. They absolutely are. I use them myself to connect with my higher self, my soul, my intuition. I provide readings and insights to assist people through their awakenings. But more importantly, they help me listen more deeply, feel more aligned, and expand my awareness. But here's the cosmic truth. True healing, true freedom, it doesn't come from tools. It comes from within. You are the healer, the king, the creator. Right now, stop scrolling. Close your eyes. Ask yourself, who is this me observing all this? That stillness, that awareness, isn't bound by time, space, or the matrix. That's your true self. You're not in the matrix. The matrix is in you, and that's the truth. Listen, we all have different paths, patterns, and tools that resonate. What works for one might not work for another, and that's the beauty of it. We're all creators, connected to the same source, but living different experiences. No one's way is the only way. The truth is, the purpose of every path, every tool, is to remind you that you are the creator. The moment you reclaim that knowing, the matrix crumbles. Here are some steps to rewrite the matrix, because you can't. 1. Question everything, even your beliefs about awakening. The moment you think you've got it figured out, the matrix just added another layer. 2. Stop fighting. Fighting the matrix is like yelling at your reflection. You don't change the reflection, you change the source. 3. Be the dreamer. You're not the character, you are the author. Rewrite the story by aligning with your highest frequency. Love, truth, and joy. You've been dreaming you're trapped, but now you know you're the dreamer. So wake up, rewrite the matrix, and let's create a reality so cosmic as fuck, the universe takes note. I'm Lily, your guide for flipping the matrix on its head, sparking awakenings, and helping you remember your infinite cosmic power. If this video shifted something for you, follow along, because this is just the beginning. Let's dream bigger together. And remember, you're not stuck. You are the creator. The matrix doesn't have a chance against your awakening.
Listen up. What I'm about to share with you isn't for everyone. These are some advanced reality and techniques that most people just aren't ready for. So I want you to go ahead and hit that like button right now if you're ready to master your reality. Here's what the masters are. Our nervous system is like a quantum antenna. It's not just receiving reality, it's also broadcasting. And today I'm giving you the advanced protocols to amplify your broadcast. Here's the first protocol. It's called the neural locker. When you feel that high frequency state, a moment of pure power, I want you to immediately lock it in by tensing your entire body for 5 seconds. Then release it. your nervous system to hold that state. Now you can access it anytime by repeating that tension and release pattern. Here's your second protocol. It's called the timeline collapse. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to see 3 versions of yourself. See yourself in the past, see yourself in the present, and see yourself in the future. Then I want you to collapse all 3 of those versions of yourself into one moment. I want you to feel all 3 expressing themselves at one time. This breaks up the illusion of time and allows you to accelerate manifestation. Here's your third protocol. It's called quantum loop. Before sleep, I want you to review your entire day. But here's the advanced part. I want you to reimagine every single moment from your desired state. You're literally rewriting your nervous system's reality code when you're in a theta state. Listen carefully. These techniques aren't just visualizations, they're nervous systems reprogramming at the quantum level. Most people just will not understand.
Everybody is Tony Robbins. Listen, I'm driving the studio right now. I just want to make sure you don't miss out. We have, once a year, we do this one event for people all over the world, 195 countries, over 1 million people, and there's no charge for it. If you want to go to Tiger Life Summit and master the skills.
Hi everyone, it's Joe here. I'm the CEO of TikTok. I'm here in Washington, D.C. today, and I have some news and updates to share with everyone. Today, I'm super excited to announce that more than 150 million Americans are on TikTok. That's almost half of the US coming to TikTok to connect, to create, to share, to learn, or just to have some fun. This includes 5 million businesses that use TikTok to reach their customers, and the majority of these are small and medium businesses. Now, these numbers are amazing, and I'm so thankful to all of you and the 7,000 TikTok employees in the US who are helping us build this incredible community in America and around the world. Now, this comes at a pivotal moment for us. Some politicians have started talking about banning TikTok. Now, this could take TikTok away from all 150 million of you. I'll be testifying before Congress later this week to share all that we're doing to protect Americans using the app and deliver on our mission to inspire creativity and to bring joy. Let me know in the comments what you want your elected representatives to know about what you love about TikTok.
So this is my most popular recipe because last time I cooked it, I got 7.5 million views.
SR-72 Darkstar, the hypersonic monster that shocked Russia and China. Imagine an aircraft capable of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in just 1.5 hours, becoming invisible to radar systems and carrying hypersonic missiles that can destroy a target before anyone realizes what's happening. Yes, this is not science fiction. It's the latest American bomber, the SR-72 Darkstar. In addition to hypersonic missiles, it can also carry tactical nuclear warheads, making it not just a reconnaissance aircraft, but a fully operational strike platform. Just think about it. The SR-72 can deliver a devastating blow to key enemy military installations from a distance where no air defense system can intercept it. And honestly, Russia and China are seriously concerned right now. They say speed is light, but in the case of the SR-72, speed is also an invisible death for any target. The SR-72 is the direct successor to the legendary SR-71 Blackbird, but with capabilities that surpass our conventional understanding of aviation. This aircraft can fly at speeds exceeding 3,700 miles per hour, which is 5 times the speed of sound. For comparison, a passenger Boeing 747 cruises at approximately 560 miles per hour. What does this mean in practice? Imagine you need to deliver a package from New York to London. The SR-72 would do it faster than you could finish watching an entire Marvel movie. And that's no joke. Speaking of jokes, when the SR-72 appears on radar screens, air defense operators in Russia and China have just a few seconds to realize that it's not a glitch in their system, but a real target.
It's the best flying aircraft I've had the opportunity to fly.
In military affairs, there's one fundamental rule. Whoever controls the sky controls the situation. Russia and China have invested enormous resources for years in developing hypersonic missiles and aircraft, but the SR-72 has taken things even further.
Russia can counter it with the MiG-41, a promising supersonic interceptor still in the development stage, as well as the S-500 and even S-550 missile systems, which theoretically can intercept hypersonic targets. China, on the other hand, has the WZ-8 hypersonic aircraft, the H-20 bomber, and the HQ-19 and HQ-22 air defense systems. However, none of these projects are currently capable of consistently intercepting an object moving at speeds exceeding 3,700 miles per hour. But if you think the SR-72 only flies and hides, you're mistaken. It also carries the AGM-183A Arrow missile, capable of reaching speeds of up to 15.
So this is pretty crazy. I thought I'd be shooting this video right now. I think this is going to clear the air for a lot of people that have been following all these gurus around the internet to teach you how to make money online without actually showing you in the trenches them building their business. This video right here will probably be the last video that you ever watch when it comes to starting an online business. I don't care if you've failed in the past. I don't care if you're brand new. Maybe you want to quit your job. Maybe you want to work remote. Maybe you want to supplement your family's income. Regardless, I've finally debunked all the fake gurus out there by starting a brand new income stream from absolutely nothing and building that income stream up to over $50,000 in one single month. And I wish I would have done this sooner, because last March I started with this specific business model, and I built that up to over $300,000 in a very short amount of time. We're talking like less than 10 months. And the problem is I didn't document everything that I did. And so I was really bummed about that, because I saw that people were saying that I was getting results, but I also understood they probably didn't trust that somebody like me, who was just starting from scratch, was achieving these types of results. So what I decided to do is I decided to attempt to recreate those results from scratch at the beginning of November. And after right around 45, 46 days, I've done over $57,000. And so it was really cool, because this time I documented everything that I did, every single day, the activities that I completed, and you're able to basically follow behind me like not like a mime, because we're not doing it at the same time, but you're able to copy exactly what it is that I do as I do it. So what I do is I upload a video, I show the income results, I show exactly what I did to make that income, and then all you need to do is simply copy, and then you repeat that each and every single day. So again, we're going into day 48 now, and I've got a series of videos. This is 100% free, by the way, because the reason why I did this is, number one, there's a lot of fake garbage out there, a lot of gurus that have been doing this for 2 months or 2 years that are faking their results. And then there's real people like me that have been doing this over a decade and been doing this successfully for over a decade. So I want to show you the difference between fakers and makers, the people that act as if, and the people that are actually doing real things. So I believe that if I give this away to you for free, this whole entire free series, you get a copy, then you're going to get so much value. Eventually, you're going to want to invest into products and services that I might sell later. So that is the catch. So if you want to check this out, just let me know in the comments. You can type in case study series, or just let me know in the comments if you want access to this. And most importantly, to get access, if you want access right now, you don't want to wait for me to comment back on your comment, then just go ahead and follow this profile, and then click on my profile here. At the top, there's going to be a link in my bio. That link will take you over to my YouTube playlist, where you can learn this in complete detail. You can binge watch all the videos. I think we've got right around 14 or 15 videos at this point. So you know what to do. I believe this is going to really change your life.
A man got home late at night. His wife was still awake and served him the dinner. He held her hand and said to her, "I have got something to tell you." She didn't ask him what was it, and sat by him. They both ate, and he noticed she was already too sad to hear something from him. Finally, his husband broke the silence, and he said, "I am going to divorce you." The wife was numbed and said, "But why?" He said, "Don't act like you don't know. It's not working between us." She said, "So you realize that after 10 years of our marriage?" The man got angry and told her the truth. Yes, And that's because I met Jane now and realized how lively a relationship can be. She kept quiet, and his husband went to the bathroom. Next morning when he woke up, his wife was still sitting there. She came to him and said, "I am ready for the divorce, but before that you have to agree upon a few conditions." He got very happy and was ready to do anything. She said, "I don't want any money allowance from you. I want you to divorce me after a month. Until our divorce, every morning you have to lift me up from our bedroom to the front door." The husband thought she had gone crazy. Well, he could have accepted anything to get a divorce from her. Later, he went to his office and told Jane about his wife's conditions. They both laughed and took pity on her. So, when he carried her out on the first day, they both felt clumsy. Their son clapped, seeing both of them like that. The wife closed her eyes and said to him in the ear, "Don't tell our son about our divorce." He nodded, but he felt a little pain inside. On the second day, both of them acted much more easily. She leaned on his chest. He could even smell her fragrance. The man realized he hadn't looked at her face for years. She seemed quite old and tired. Definitely their marriage has taken its toll on her. On the fourth day, the husband realized what he had done to this beautiful woman who had spent 10 years of her life loving him. On the fifth day, the man felt a sense of intimacy returning between them. Later, he also realized that his wife had grown so thin and weaker. On the last day, when her husband picked her up, he could hardly take a step. However, that day, he jumped out of the car swiftly and walked upstairs. He went to Jane and said, "Sorry, Jane, I do not want the divorce anymore. I realized in these days that my married life was boring, probably because I did not value the little details of my life. I don't love you anymore." She gave him a loud slap and slammed the door. He rushed home and picked up a bouquet of flowers on his way for his sweet wife. He ran upstairs only to find his wife in the bed, dead. His wife had been fighting cancer for months, and he was so busy with Jane to notice. She knew that she would die soon, so she wanted that their son had a positive impression of their marriage life. Sometimes we realize the value of something only after it's gone. It's important not to wait until it's too late to show love and appreciation to those we care about. The small details of your life are what really matter to keep a relationship going. If you find value in this story, please like, share, and comment.
Here's how to become a content creator no matter what platform you're on, and how I've made almost $16,000 in 11 days. Almost $260,000 in 6.5 months as a stay-at-home mom. This is probably something that you haven't been taught in any courses that you've bought or seen on TikTok, because it's an old school method, but it works. Before we get started, make sure you follow, like, share, and copy the link. You don't have to put it anywhere, but TikTok wants to know you're alive and well, and if you don't do those things, it's not going to help your algorithm or mine. So let's get started. First things first, you need to understand that when you are building a video, whether it's a sales video or just a simple content video, you have to have some sort of structure to it, and non-selfish structure. What does non-selfish structure mean? It means it's not fully about you and you're helping solve someone's problem. So here's how you're going to lay it out. I like to call it feel, felt, found. Those who know, they know. This is what we used to use back in the day when it was 2016 and this whole type of selling on social media started. I still use it to this day, and it very well is the reason why my videos do so well. I saw a video on here the other day of some girl saying she has all these samples, she's going to get rid of them, because the only people that actually make money on this app are people who post 10 times a day, and that's it. Well, first of all, that's a mindset thing. So if you're thinking that, it's probably what's going to be your main focus, because that's where you're focused. It doesn't matter if this app is going to go away or if another app starts. Someone's going to do something, because a lot of businesses are going to lose money. So this skill set that I'm going to teach you can literally be taken on all platforms. I've done it on Facebook. I've done it on Instagram. TikTok has absolutely exploded. I've been making the money I've been making by posting 3 TikTok shop videos a day and 1 regular video. You don't necessarily have to post 10 a day. But if someone told me that I was going to make $260,000 in 6 months from posting on TikTok, shit, I post 15 times a day. Then I was home with my son making that kind of money. Perspective is everything. And this is why the way I'm going to tell you how to lay out your videos works. Feel, felt, found. say it again. Feel, felt, found. When you're laying out a sales video or even just a regular content creation video, okay, you're going to focus on something that is non-selfish. So I'm gonna sell you. Hold on, pulled this out of my butt this morning, pulling up. And I was like, people need to know this just in case TikTok does get shut down. So I'm gonna sell you this thing I keep up here. All right, here we go. We're starting with feel, and this means you're actually going to state that you feel how they feel. I'm gonna lay it out for you with this, okay? I just literally pulled this off. I didn't really know I was gonna do this video, but this kind of stuff just comes to my head, okay? Do you ever feel like in the back of your head or deep down in your gut that you're not fully safe in your car when you're driving around by yourself, or what you think if you were to get into an accident, you couldn't get out? See how I was like, I had a pain point, okay? You felt the way that they're feeling. You brought up a type of way that they might have been feeling, and someone's gonna go, well, yeah, I do feel that way, okay? That's the first step to a video. You can do this in regular content creation as well when you're starting your video. Do you ever feel overwhelmed with your house and it being so messy that you just feel like you can't think? Come clean my house with me, okay? You're relating to somebody else. It doesn't start off selfish. Next is felt. This is where you're going to say you felt the same way, okay? I felt the same way that you did, and I felt like I was so underprepared. I saw this, and I was like, I had to have it. Have you guys seen these little things? I was kind of shocked. Now you're going into the felt portion of your video, and this means that you're relating to them, okay? It's not a selfish type of video. You're relating to their pain point and how they're feeling. Now, you're going to end that video with how you found, feel, felt, found, it solved your problem. Same thing with cleaning the house video. So you said, you know, do you feel like you can't think when you're overwhelmed and your house is dirty? I feel the same way. And actually taking the time to pick up and organize helps me get my day on with without feeling stressed. Okay, that could be in your vlog. I'm just literally pulling out the top of my head, but it works, guys. It is found. This is basically your call to action, and this is you solving the problem with your product that you have. Or in a regular content video, you're going to talk about what you found helped you feel less stressed. What you found helped you get the motivation to clean. Okay, so let's start with this. I found this little tool and it gave me the peace of mind that I needed as a mom driving around with my son. If I were to get into an accident and the car was on fire, or if my door was jammed and I needed to get out, this has all the little tools in it that I needed. It's a found, and now I'm going to show what it does because you want to make sure that you're showcasing a problem it solves. So if you need to cut your seatbelt, you simply just take this off, and you're going to have a seatbelt cutter here that's actually sharp enough to cut a seatbelt. And what's really awesome about this is you're going to have a window buster. You're not going to be able to hit your window with your elbow if your car's on fire and you can't get out, or if your kids are stuck in the car either. You want to be able to have a window buster. You simply just push this onto the window, the pin's going to come out, and it's going to shatter the window. I got this because I needed the peace of mind driving down the road that I was going to be able to get out if I needed to. This also comes with a clasp up here, so you simply just attach it to your visor. So if you were into an accident, it has grips on the bottom and it's not going to go anywhere. See how that laid it out? Very simply, and that could be a literally 33-second to 40-second video. And that is the importance of making sure that you strategically stack your content, feel that sound, and I want to help you learn, no matter what platform you're on, these skill sets will carry everywhere. I'm a little stressed about the TikTok stuff getting shut down. I'm my person, I'm not upset about it that it doesn't, but I prepare just in case, but I know my skill sets will carry me in any other app. If you want to learn more about how to make money on social media, my name's Haley. I've been doing this for 11 years, and I encourage you to follow, like, comment, leave questions if you want to learn something, or if you have questions. I love doing the reply videos, but y'all know I got you, and I'm here to help you make some big girl money.
Here are 3 reasons you need DataCamp in your life. Number 1, start for free. Learn super in-demand data and AI skills top companies are desperately hiring for. Number 2, set aside 5 minutes a day and watch the magic happen. Learn on the go, on the beach, or on the bus with bite-sized courses. Number 3, prove your skills with certifications. Elevate your resume and stand out to top employers against other candidates. Head to datacamp.com and start now.
It's not that they underestimated you. They overestimated themselves. They knew you weren't stupid. They knew you weren't easy to get over. They knew. They thought that their charm and their flattery was going to be enough to get you up in the world. They thought that their lies, they thought that their mask was going to be enough to cloud your judgment in order to then be able to control your actions. To possibly control your emotions for something. But because you resisted, because you're still trying to be religious, because you say, that don't make sense, that don't feel right. And even if you didn't say it to them, you said it to yourself, which was enough. Even if you didn't say that at all, you just felt it and you just did not comply to whatever it was they were trying to get you to do, or how they try to get you to act, or if they try to get you to submit in some kind of way, or bow down in some kind of way. Maybe not literally like bow down, but bow down in a different kind of way. Stand down.
You see what's going on out here now, right? Gen X, TikTok, entire social media. You have a chance right now to leave your children, your grandchildren, their children, a better future. What you're seeing right now on TikTok is a social media revolution. This is bigger than TikTok, but it's time. All that Gen X rise, now you know what that rise is all about. The days of them dividing us are over. We stand together. I don't care what race you are, where you come from. We all have the same values. We all want the same things. It's time that we're heard. It's time they realize that we are in control. Who's with me?
Hey guys, here is a timeline hack that I would like to share with you that has worked amazingly well for me. Basically, when you go to bed, you tell yourself, I'm going to bed with the intention of waking up in my highest timeline. Then the next morning, when you wake up, you say to yourself, I am now awake in my highest timeline. Now, typically, it can take a few days, but around day 3 is you will start noticing how literally every single thing is going to start working out for you constantly, non-stop. Give it a try and see what works for you, and then feel free to come back and share your experiences.
You really want to go to cheesesteak with your low carb right now, aren't you? Yeah, I know.
Hey guys, here is a timeline hack that I would like to share with you that has worked amazingly well for me. Basically, when you go to bed, you tell yourself, I'm going to bed with the intention of waking up in my highest timeline. Then the next morning, when you wake up, you say to yourself, I am now awake in my highest timeline. Now, typically, it can take a few days, but around day 3 is when you will start noticing how literally every single thing is going to start working out for you constantly, non-stop. Give it a try, and then feel free to come back and share your experiences.
You really want to go to cheesesteak with your low carb right now, aren't you? Yeah, I know, me too. Listen, how about this green cheesesteak casserole? So simple, so easy to make, comes together in like 45 minutes tops. Let me show you how to made it. Guys are eating, let's keep cooking. This casserole comes together so quickly and easy. Great, it's no easy ways to get some protein into your diet, and it's absolutely delicious. I'm gonna go ahead and go in with about, I'd say maybe, I'm gonna do 2 pounds because the meat has started to brown. It's still pretty pink. I'm gonna go with a paper towel and I'm just going to absorb some of that fat that the meat has released. Now I'm gonna go ahead and first I'm gonna season a little bit. I'm going to put some salt, some onion powder, and then I'm gonna go in with, that's not onion powder, that is cinnamon for my rice pudding that I'm making. Onion powder, and then I'm gonna go in with a little bit of that Better Than Bouillon chicken base. And I know people are going to say, why are you using chicken base when you're cooking beef? Guys, this is the only one I buy. This is the one that I prefer, and I don't mind mixing a little bit of chicken into my beef. I'm going to go in with about a teaspoon of that. Also, we can't forget our black pepper. I like lots of black pepper. I said it once, I'll say it again. Now, I have just 2 small yellow onions cut up. Along with an 8-ounce container of just white cat mushrooms. I'm gonna go ahead and add that. Let's go ahead and give this a little bit more flavor. I'm gonna go in with, I don't know, probably a quarter cup of Worcestershire sauce. I like a thick stuff, so I tend to put a lot in. And it's gonna evaporate and the sugars are gonna cook down a little bit. And it's gonna give a nice caramelization to the meat. Also, I go in with just a little bit of plain old yellow mustard here. Maybe 2 teaspoons. Mix that together. All of the liquids have been cooked out of my meat mixture here. I'm just gonna go ahead and make it taste. I don't think we use anything else. I did burn it with my mouth though. That was nice. I'm going to go ahead and get my stove cook top off of here and we'll assemble this casserole. So you guys are all probably yelling at your phones up until now. Where are the peppers? Where are the peppers, guys? The casserole. I in fact just picked up a bag of these mini snacking peppers, you know, like look like this. All right, I washed them. I just simply cut off the top of this pepper, cut them in half. I don't even de-seed these because the seeds, they're very minimal. They bug you. Like if there's a big chunk, you can go.
If God wanted to show his power through you, wouldn't he first need to put you in a situation where only he could create a way? Wouldn't he first need to put you into a situation where it felt impossible to get out of but God? If God is the God of the impossible, which he is, wouldn't it stand to reason that he would allow you to face what seems impossible because he knows that through him all things are possible? And he knows that to convince you of that, you would need to witness firsthand a situation that felt impossible. Impossible to get out of, impossible to break through, impossible to solve, impossible to heal, but God. You're being guided to trust that God does some of his best work in the mess. The greatest breakthroughs don't come when everything is easy. They don't come when you're not.
Breaking news, guys. I'm going to break down the TikTok algorithms in 1 minute. You're going to want to listen to this. Hi, guys. My name is Paul Gillespie, and I help people make money online through the digital marketing space. But like I said, I'm going to teach you all about the algorithms. Guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, and you might want to save this and even share it with people, guys, because people need to know this. Guys, once I started understanding the algorithms and their rules, I started seeing way more engagement and a lot more views. I'm going to teach that to you right now. This is important, guys, because if you know the rules of the game, you can win the game. But as I promised, guys, here is how the algorithms work. Guys, when you post a video, you will be seen by between 200 and 400 people. And then they use a point system. I'm going to break down that point system right now. So, guys, there's 5 ways to get points. So the first one is when someone likes your video, that's 1 point. When someone comments, that's 2 points. If someone shares it, that's 3 points. And if someone watches the whole video to completion, that's 4 points. And guys, how to get 5 points is when someone re-watches the video. What you need to do is you need to get 50 points in order to move on to the next level, which is 500 and 1,000 views. When you guys reach your 50 points and go to the next level, then you're going to need 100 points following the same point strategy. Guys, I hope you found this helpful. And guys, I'm always posting videos like this to help you provide free value. So if you guys want to learn more or how to make money online, guys, just type yes in the comments. I will gladly share the information with you. Know your value.
Back at it again with the only sandwich bread recipe you will ever need ever again. I promise, guys, this is much easier than my roll recipe. You know it. Grab your apron. Let's get the bacon. I'm going to start with 2 2/3 cups of warm water, temperature 105 to 120 degrees. I'm going to put half of this in the bowl of my mixer, along with 1 teaspoon of white granulated sugar, and then 2.5 teaspoons of instant yeast. You guys can use dry active yeast. It's going to take longer to prove and longer for you to get rice. So 2.5 teaspoons of instant yeast, and I'm going to let this just cook for about 5 minutes while it becomes cold. Now that the yeast is cooked, and we go ahead and add the rest of that water along with a teaspoon of honey. You could use more sugar here if you want. Teaspoon of honey. In my bowl or mixer here, I put in 4 1/4 cups of all-purpose unbleached flour. I use King Arthur's, and a teaspoon of salt, and then I have 2 tablespoons of room temp salted butter. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the mixer, and I'm going to mix this for about 6 or 7 minutes until the dough becomes very smooth and easily pulls away from the side. My dough mixed in my mixer for 7 minutes, and here you go. It's smooth, it's elastic, it's easily pulled away from the side of my bowl. I'm just going to go ahead and form that into a ball, and I'm going to place it in a lightly oiled bowl, cover it with plastic wrap, and cook for about an hour, give or take the temperature of your home until it doubles in size. My dough has doubled in size. I'm just going to lightly flour my work surface and turn my dough onto that flour. I'm going to be dividing this into 2 pieces here. It's going to make 2 loaves. I have loaf pans that are 8 by 4 inches. All right, let's form this dough. I'm going to simply cut out this dough to, I don't know, 8 by 12, 8 by 10-ish rectangular shape. And I'm going to start with the small end, and I'm just going to simply roll this up. Then when I get to the end of the roll, I'm going to pinch the seams together so it stays put. To my greased loaf pan here, I'm just going to simply tuck the ends of this just to add a little tension so you get that nice high rise on it. I'm going to just tuck the ends, and I'm going to cover these, and I'm going to let them double and bulk again. My loaves have doubled and bulked previously. They're going to go in a preheated 390-degree oven on the lower middle rack for about 25 to 30 minutes until they're beautifully golden brown. I'll let you know exactly how mine touch when you finish. My bread is done. These in fact took 29 minutes in my oven, okay? Now we're going to immediately invert these and get them out of the pan so they don't stick here. One. And 2. Look how beautiful they are. Okay. I have a stick of salted butter. I'm going to not only brush the tops of these, I brush the top and the sides. Have to cool for a little bit. Don't worry, I'll come back and I'll slice into one for you. Cut into this. This is only going to cool you for about 10 minutes, so it should cool for longer before you cut into it. But I'm going to time crunch here, guys. So let's go ahead and just give this bread a little slice, and then you see what the inside looks like. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Tell me that doesn't look delicious. All right, that's all I have for you today. And as usual, thanks for baking with me.
Bethany, you think that your husband is cheating on you?
Yeah, I just kind of have a sort of bad feeling.
And who is it that you think that he's cheating with?
There's a girl at work.
Can you tell everybody what he does for a living?
She is a bartender. So she works at the bar with him. And like I just yeah.
You kind of told us in your submission that you sent in to us to do War of the Roses that you do hang out at his work a lot. Is it because you've worried that he's cheating on you?
No. For a while, usually just like one night a week, I'll go and kind of like hang out at the bar while he's working, just to kind of hang out with him.
And have you noticed anything between the 2 of these guys, or because she's somebody that's kind of newer working there that it's different than it has been in the past?
I think at first I didn't really notice it. I noticed she was new, and he kind of brushed her off. I think as time has sort of gone on, I've noticed that they've become like a lot more friendly, and then like a week ago something happened that just kind of made me have some pause. So I came into the bar and they didn't see me, and I felt like they were kind of touchy-feely in a way that made me feel uncomfortable.
He was touching her?
They were kind of touching each other. It felt flirty.
What did he do or she do when they saw that you were there?
They just split apart really fast.
Okay, because at first I was going to ask, was it cramped? Sometimes you put your hand places to be like, I'm behind you. But as soon as you separate, yeah.
So, have you any friends that work with him or any other people that are there that you could depend on to give you any hints on what's going on? Like, sometimes you become friends with the people that your spouse works with.
Yeah, I would say I'm more friendly with them, but they're definitely more his friends. So, if something is happening, I'm not, to be honest with you, 100% sure that they count me. They're his friends.
I'm asking this question because it definitely sounds like they're flirty. Like that's not up for speculation. Would he have time to take it past that? Like, is he not coming home certain nights, or coming home late, or going in early, or like what does all that look like?
I don't know. I think that for me, his schedule has felt the same. Like, he's not coming home any later than he normally does. I mean, it's a bar, so occasionally there's a late night, but that's normal. Like, not every night, but a Saturday night, yeah, sometimes he will be coming home at 2, 3 in the morning because that's just working at a bar.
All right, we're gonna call him up to see what he's gonna send a dozen free roses. Can you mute your phone? Are you on a phone that has like a mute button on it?
Yes, I can mute my phone.
Right, you didn't know that it was.
And we're hoping that he sends the flowers to Bethany, and we're gonna see if her husband is cheating on her. It's the Mojo in the Morning War of the Roses.
Hello?
Hey, is this Jared?
Yeah.
Jared, my name is Nicole, and I'm calling you from an online floral company called rosesbloom.com. I'm calling with an offer for some free flowers. It's 2 survey questions. We're just trying to get our name out there as a new option for getting flowers, and the flowers can go out today. They can be sent to anybody in the country, anywhere in the country, totally free of charge. And so I'm just wondering if you've got a minute or two to answer some survey questions and get some free flowers.
Yeah, sure, okay, why not?
Okay, have you purchased flowers in the last 6 months, Jared?
When was Valentine's Day? I don't think so, I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you plan on purchasing flowers in the next 6 months?
Again, when is Valentine's Day? Yeah, probably. I don't know.
So you send flowers one time a year?
Yeah, I mean, isn't it required on that day? You gotta send them to somebody.
Okay. Well, I'll make today they're free, so it'll be a bonus. But as a thank you for participating in that survey, rosesbloom.com is now going to give you that dozen long-stemmed red roses.
friends, my name is Maya Kari, and I am pleased to announce that I will be lead counsel alongside CARE National and Yasmin Alaga on a lawsuit against the Biden administration for its failure to evacuate Palestinian Americans. Immediately after October 7th, Israeli Americans, along with their immediate relatives, were evacuated to safety on Turk cruise ships and charter jets. Meanwhile, Palestinian Americans were left to fend for themselves as bombs that their tax dollars paid for began raining down on them. Last year, from October to December, I filed 3 lawsuits compelling the Biden administration to evacuate Palestinian Americans to safety. In total, our nationwide efforts led to the return of about 80 people. But then Israeli...
Hi, I'm not who you think of. I'm not who you think of. I was 65 years old. I'm a former TV and advertising executive and author of books. Over the last 2 years, I have been on TikTok teaching people about media literacy and about marketing deception. My video is from Vermont, which is the top marketing business school. My PhD is in media anthropology. Media anthropology is the study of how technologies change the way we engage with the society, ecology, environmental ecology, how things, systems work together. Because of TikTok, I have been able to reach millions of people who had no idea about how these technologies were being used against them. Everything from digital environment to AI to facial recognition technology to how marketers use the same tactics as skills. These are things that people need to protect themselves, and they aren't going to find it really easy. Because
it looks like everybody who is using the Redbook app is now in their fuck around and find out era. So I just duetted 2 Americans, okay? The 2 videos prior to this one. You can watch those so you can get the details and what they're saying. But I'm going to give you the gist right now. The first person is a Chinese American. So in her video, she describes how the Redbook app has now decided that they are going to remove American users from the server and put us on a different server so we can no longer communicate with the Chinese citizens. Like I said, I knew this was going to happen. And the problem with this is that Chinese Americans, their worlds just got smaller because we came on and we took away something that they love. So now the Chinese Americans are not going to be able to interact with their Chinese friends anymore or their Chinese content and culture because we had to be like, yeah, fuck the US government, let's run over to the app, and here we are. So that's the consequence for that situation. I told you guys that you needed to read the service agreement. You could have taken the Chinese version and you could have translated it, but you're like, no, because nothing's going to happen. I warned you about the security risks of using these apps, and you all told me to go fuck myself. Okay? Great. So here's what happened. A young lady had her bank account compromised by the app. They were buying coins, because there's some kind of coin program, and they wiped out her bank account. Okay? So when you sign up for the app, the data on your phone, all of it, all the apps you have, all the bank information you have, everything is now in ownership of China on the China server. I don't know why anybody would think otherwise. Okay? Because I knew that banking fraud was going to start happening. And that's exactly what happened to this lady in my second video. So, what do you have to do? I was a previous bank fraud investigator. So, I'm going to tell you what you got to do, and it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. The very first thing you need to do is buy another phone and change your phone number. You will need to do both of those things because they now have access to your apps. They also have access to your passwords. Okay? Your passwords have been compromised. You will need to change
If you have an Apple ID, you will need to change the password to your Apple ID. You will also need to change the password to every single app that you use. Every single one. Because they've all been compromised. So now you're looking at buying a new phone, getting a new phone number, then you're gonna have to contact your bank. You're gonna have to get the bank to issue you a new account number to your checking and your savings, okay? Not just the card, but the actual bank account number. Okay, you're gonna need a new bank account number, and you're gonna need a new debit card. And then you're gonna have to contact all the credit card companies you have, and you're going to ask for new credit cards. So you have new accounts. And then you're not gonna be able to use any of these cards or accounts until you have gotten a new phone with a new phone number. And you're gonna have to then go and put your information into the phone that way. Okay? So for your email, change the password. Every single thing you have in your phone now, you're gonna have to change the password because you gave the Chinese government permission to access your phone. I told you over and over again that there were going to be security risks, and y'all told me to go fuck myself. Fuck you, America. Fuck you. You fucked around, and now you found out. Remember what I told you. The Chinese government, TikTok is not a Chinese company. We know this. Okay? But you voluntarily went on a communist app, knowing how the government over there is extremely hostile against Americans. And now they're going to take all that data and start robbing you. This girl lost pretty much all of her money. She can't pay her rent. So you can watch the 2 duets previous to this video. And I did, by the way, I shut the comments off on 4 of my videos because you guys are fucking feral. Okay? Fucking feral. I expect that shit from the other side. I don't expect that shit from you. Okay? Some of you blue people act like animals on here. Okay? Attacking me for providing you with good information and information to keep you out of trouble. But you said, no, fuck you. Okay. This isn't my problem because I didn't download that fucking app. All right, so I'm just letting you know that the comments are off on those videos. I'm done. Like the threats, the fucking harassment, the name calling, done. Even TikTok picked up on it. It was like complete hundreds of comments were removed by TikTok for community guideline. But I didn't even initiate. They did it on their own. So yeah, you will not disrespect me on this app. I'm just gonna let you know right now. You are not gonna disrespect me. So don't even consider it because I will delete you, block you, whatever. It's not because I'm afraid of you. It's not because of that. It's because I'm protecting my mental health and protecting me, okay, as a person, because I'm a person. So So we're going to try to have a conversation now like adults, because you all claim to be adults. And clearly in the comments, you are not adults. So we're going to talk about the oppression of Chinese people and the things that they have to deal with so that Americans can stop whining and crying about how oppressed they are. Because in comparison to communist China, you have no idea how lucky you have it. Okay, and for clarification, for any of you who have not seen me, I am a Democrat from Connecticut. Okay, so don't come at me with the other bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I am not a xenophobic. I am an anti-communist. Okay, do you understand that? I am not, because this is a comment that I'm seeing, I am not xenophobic. I am anti-communist. There's a huge difference. Okay, you understand? Are you with me? Communism was abolished in the United States of America in 1954 by Dwight Eisenhower. It is not allowed here. Okay? I grew up in the 80s. This was drilled into me as a child and is still my feeling today. It is a horrible, horrible way to live. And horrible, horrible things are going on in that country that you have no idea about. And you have no idea how lucky you are currently. Even though I know that our government is going in a very bad direction right now, we are nowhere near oppression. So let me show you the receipts. Okay? Can you handle that? So, just for verification, like I said, Dwight Eisenhower on August 24th, 1954, outlawed the Communist Party of the United States and criminalizes membership in or support for the party or communist action organizations and defines evidence to be considered by a jury in determining participation in the activities. Planning, actions, and I can't see the other part because this stupid ass wheel is in front of my fucking face. But all I'm telling you right now is I am not a communist supporter. So understand the fucking difference. Let's start there. There's some more for you to try to understand. Chinese people are restricted from doing many things, including accessing certain information, participating in demonstrations, and practicing certain religions. Do you have the right to protest in the United States? Are you oppressed from protesting? No. Are you allowed to practice your religion freely? Yes. So let's shut up, okay? Let's just shut up about oppression because none of you are oppressed. Internet censorship. The Chinese government censors all media, including the internet, and blocks access to many websites, including Google, Facebook, and I can't see the other one because the fucking wheel, once again. Okay, so they don't have Google, they don't have Facebook. And that's nothing. That's nothing compared to all of the other things that these people are put through on a daily basis. The government also outlaws VPNs, which allow users to access the internet from outside of China. They can't use a VPN. Can you use a VPN? Yes. Yes, you can. Participation in demonstrations is an act of subversion. Participating in demonstrations that authorities interpret as act of subversion, terrorism, or collusion with a foreign country is a crime. It's a crime. So if you got a fucking problem with your government and you want to go and protest it peacefully, and I said peacefully, keep that in mind, okay? You can't. You can't. They don't have that ability. You are prohibited from the following religious practices. The government discourages citizens from practicing religions that are not officially recognized, such as folk religions. So, Communist China is known as an atheist community, okay? They practice atheism. So, any conversation about religion is prohibited, basically. Witchcraft and sorcery, forbidden. And groups considered cults. Now, one of these groups, the Falun Gong, which I have been educated on, I'm not even going to talk about that one because the persecution of that group that they considered a cult, what they did to them is unspeakable. Unspeakable. And I will not talk about it on the internet. You can go look it up for yourself. The Communist Party promotes atheism and discourages citizens from practicing religion. The CCP also engages in forced population control, including forced sterilization, forced abortion, and involuntary implantation of birth control. Did you hear what I just fucking said? People in China cannot practice the religion or belief of their choice. They cannot express their opinions openly or form or join groups of their choosing without fear of harassment, arrest, or retribution. The accusations that I am MAGA, okay, no. The accusations that I'm xenophobic, absolutely not. I'm anti-communist. I don't promote communist activities. That is the life they're living. And now we jump on their app, and now the U.S. users are going to be removed, put on a separate server so they can go ahead and mess with us. And they don't allow free speech on their platform. There's no such thing as free speech in communist China. Okay? In any communist country, there is no free speech. And you're all like, I'm so oppressed. You don't know what oppression is. You don't know. Because you don't care about anything except yourselves. You're not thinking about the actions that you are doing that are affecting others. So you taking their app away, okay? Luckily, the government's saying, we're just going to move the United States to another server for their very bad purposes, okay? Nothing positive is coming out of that. I'm so sick and tired of people just being so selfish and not thinking about their actions and impacts they have on others. It's called empathy. Empathy. Another thing I talked about very much on this page. Very large part of my being. So, once again, I am anti-communism. Do you understand? I hope that point was made. And there's tons of other information available on the internet as to what they can and cannot do that you and I still can do. And most likely will always be able to do. We are experiencing a crisis in this country. I am aware of that. But we are nowhere close to that situation. Okay? The whole point is to avoid becoming those people. Because it'll be a cold day in hell before I become a communist. Cold day in hell. So let's address a couple things here. Okay, I'm reading your comment sections. A lot of you are not watching the duets, you're watching this video. There are 2 duets, 2 different other creators. One creator took her video down because it was getting too much attention. Okay, she wrote a comment in that video that I put up that she took it down because she doesn't like the attention. That is her choice. Okay, now let's address a couple things. First of all, apparently my hoodie is supposedly backwards. So let me just show you. This is called a funnel neck hoodie. Okay, Nike. Okay, so I'm glad I cleared that fucking out. Apparently that was a big fucking thing. Anyway, my name is Erica. I am a beauty content creator on this app. That's what I am. But I also have extensive knowledge on what's called risk management. Okay, I'm not a computer scientist, all right, but I am an expert in risk management. People are calling me a government plant. No, I am not a government plant. I am a regular old Joe who's here to teach you and help you understand what the consequences are of downloading RedNote app. So let me give you a little background on what the RedNote app is. In particular, the name. It is actually called the Red Book. The Red Book is a Chinese communist handbook. That is what this app was named after. Okay, this is what I was told, and this is what I have researched because I deal with facts and not conspiracies. Okay, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't jump on bandwagons because if I did jump on bandwagons, I would have downloaded this stupid ass app that you guys downloaded. Okay, I work in facts. So under no circumstances am I going to come on here and try to fearmonger you, or I'm not looking for clickbait. Okay, I don't do clickbait. I tell you to go watch other videos so I don't have to put it all in one 10-minute span because it might not all fit. Okay, so I tell you, go back one video. You go to my profile, you see, you watch this one, you're going to see the other one right next to it. It's not that big of a deal. So let's address the first issue. The first issue being that you downloaded the app and you're wondering, hey, do they have my information? Yes. Whether you signed in and created an account or not, the software was downloaded to your phone. Okay? Number one. And I have talked to other computer scientists about this. Okay? So I'm just letting you know that yes, your data is in the phone. or is in the possession of the Chinese government right now. Pictures, text messages, call logs, contact numbers, emails, everything. This is no different than if you received a text message with a link that you clicked on and suddenly, boom, you were locked out of your phone. Okay? This is no different than a scammer coming online and coming to your text messages and asking you, hey, you have a package that's stuck at customs and we need you to click on this link and pay this much money. This is no different. This is the same situation. You downloaded the app. Okay, period. You need to start from scratch. You need to go back to my previous video where I explained all the steps you need to take to unfuck this. A lot of you getting feral again. Getting feral. This comment section is going to disappear because I'm not going to sit here and listen to the bullshit. I'm not doing it. I'm on here trying to help you. Why else would I take the time out of my day and my morning to sit here and talk to people who don't want to listen? Why would I do that? Because I'm trying to get you to understand that there are consequences to your actions. All right? Because I've always been known as the person who will come online and I will tell you, I don't just talk about beauty content, I talk about lots of things. And I tell you facts. And if I can pull something up, I will to give you those facts. But from a risk management point of view, and me speaking to these computer scientists, everything I'm telling you is accurate. It's your choice whether you want to listen or not. You don't have to. You don't have to. I don't really care. But you're all not understanding that just because you want to protest the government doesn't mean that you should be making stupid, impulsive decisions for yourselves. Like I said, you were acting like sheep. Somebody comes up with this idea and you all just run and do it. And you don't think for 1 second about, well, doesn't sound right. When it comes to, here we go, e-commerce with Shein, Temu, any of these other Chinese applications, we have trade agreements with China and privacy protection with China when it comes to exchanging our billing information, our account information, and such. Okay? That has nothing to do with a social media app. Okay? Those are not the same thing. This app is not in our user trade agreements anyway. Okay? You're agreeing to only Chinese terms. Only. Not US terms. Chinese terms. So there's that. So everybody can just stop coming at me like I'm trying to ruin your good time. I'm going to lose my account like you lose your account. Okay? If this ban goes through. I'm going to be just as pissed. I'm going to be just as upset. I'm going to suffer just as many consequences. Maybe less because I'm not monetized and I'm not somebody who's a huge creator by any means. But I enjoy my app. I enjoy my community. I enjoy what I do. And you guys are taking this opportunity to try to make a point from it, which is not really working out. And not only that, I showed you in previous videos how X, the app X, is a third-party affiliate of RedNote. So you're putting money in the pocket of the exact person that you don't want to put money in the pocket of, if that's the side of the aisle you're on. Okay? So you're defeating the fucking purpose. And then you're risking all of your personal information being stolen from you. Or you could be locked out of your phone for all I know. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but there are people coming on this app saying things are happening to them, and you didn't watch the duetted videos that I staged. Okay. I can tell you're not going back to them because the views are much lower. And I'm not here for clickbait. Okay? I don't make any money on this app. I'm not in the apps. I'm not in the affiliate program for TikTok. I don't sell anything. I have affiliations in my link tree to different companies that I work with, cosmetic companies that I work with. And I look like a hot fucking mess right now, but the truth is I have a shoulder problem. I'm out of work on FMLA. Okay, so I'm just kind of like, this is what I'm doing right now. Okay, I'm keeping myself busy. But when you guys started bringing up going to the Chinese app, I already knew this was going to be a bad idea. Okay, bad idea. You don't understand the hostility of the Chinese government towards Americans. And someone sent me this Chinese video of them saying how they welcome the Americans and all this bullshit. That is a propaganda video. Okay, anything that came directly from the Chinese TV networks. Okay, anything that comes from Chinese TV networks is propaganda. I got news for you. So that argument doesn't work either, because yeah, of course they want you on there because they want to take all of your shit. What? You don't make sense. So now you have security problems that you're gonna have to worry about, and TikTok ban, and all the other stuff that's gonna go down in the next couple weeks. Just add into the pile of shit that we have to fucking deal with. Lucky for me, I didn't make that very bad decision. Why didn't I make that decision? Well, because I spent so much time working with people with fraudulent accounts, dealing with people's identities being stolen for years. I learned how things work. I understand how things work in risk management. That's what my old job used to do. So I'm telling you right now, you guys all need to understand that what you did was not an act of protest. It was an act of impulsivity. Okay? That's all it is. Now chill on the comments section, I'm going to shut it down. Get down.
Let's crack a name for Erica. One box
Yeah.
of Airheads. One apple orchard.
What's that mean?
One fruit slices. One chicken chips, lemon polo, bubblegum. 5 Bubblicious watermelon. 2 orange cream savers. 5 chunkables. 1 Dots watermelon. 1 Mr. Goodbar. 2 snow caps. 1 freeze-dried yummy watermelon. 3 Haribo Happy Cherries. 5 Lifesaver Butter Bones. 3 Mentos Strawberry. 2 Strawberry and Cream Squashies from the UK. 1 Milk Strawberry from Germany. 1 Smarty Strawberry from Canada. Let's pack it up.
I'm sorry. It sucks.
So I'm going to share a video with you. The duets and stickers were turned off, but I have a workaround for that. So there are some men, okay, men out there in a black, completely blacked out screen. You can't see their face, talking about me, using a creepy voice, saying horrific, and I mean horrific things about me. This is why my comment sections are closed in a lot of these videos I'm making, because I'm getting violent threats. I'm being harassed. I'm being threatened. I can't. I'm not going to live like that, okay? I'm protecting my peace. So the comment sections have been shut down on several videos. I told everybody to chill out or this is going to continue. So I just want to give you an example, and this is a mild example of what I just said.
I'm not an expert in anything. Rubbing your butt. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, you know, we think it's you know. But anyway, yeah, no, you're not an expert on anything. This lady's a liar. You're just a xenophobic race.
All right, Daisy, we're going to make this make sense because you're talking to somebody who used to actually work in a corporate bank, who used to deal with this exact problem, and I'm going to explain to you how she got to this situation. Okay, you'll know exactly how this happened. I am an expert in risk management, and I know how the computer systems work. I know how fraud is identified. I know how fraud investigations are performed, and I know how to determine the outcome. So let's get started. Can't wait. I used to work for a corporation called the Royal Bank of Scotland, where I had several accounts of different credit cards from different smaller banks, because the Royal Bank of Scotland is an international banking corporation. Okay, so when somebody's card is being used, there's a computer system. Okay, not a human being, but a computer system. The computer system is supposed to pick up on activity that is unusual. Okay, that's normally how it works. But in some instances, the computer doesn't pick up the activity, and charges are made over and over and over again. So why does that happen? Well, it also depends on the person and their spending patterns. Okay, so if they have a spending pattern that possibly could just slightly resemble the pattern of spending that was occurring on this person's card when this happened, that could be a failure, a reason for the failure of the computer picking it up immediately. You cannot rely on the bank's computer system to pick up all of the fraud. That's not how this works. So I'm going to tell you how you stop this. I'm going to tell you how you can avoid the situation. So all of your credit card companies and debit cards have the ability where you can go in and set alerts at every time a purchase is made with one of your cards. They'll send you an instant text message saying a purchase was made with your card for this amount of money at this particular merchant. And when you get that text message, you can immediately block the card from the app for that card, and you can immediately contact the bank and let them know you did not authorize the charge, and then you'll be issued with a block and transfer. A block and transfer is where we block the old account number and we create a new account number, and then we send you a card. If the charge posts to your account, we will then be sending it to an investigator, i.e. me, okay? Me, the investigator. I will do the investigation, and if I'm unable to determine who is actually the person responsible for the charges, I will issue a full credit, because that is how it works with internet charges. Internet charges are pretty much the easiest thing for me to refund back to you, because there's no proof of purchase, there's no signatures required, so we call that a chargeback. We issue a chargeback to the merchant. The merchant's responsible for giving the money back to the bank. Bing, bada, boom, you get your money back. So in her case, her bank did not pick up on the pattern, okay, that was occurring. Eventually they did, and it's in her debit card, which is even worse, because that's tangible cash, okay? Tangible cash. So that's an even bigger problem. That's a much harder investigation, because we're not talking about credit now, we're talking about cash. Okay, there are two different types of investigations. So, her bank, it's not their fault. It's not their fault. There is a software that runs these checks, and it missed it, but it eventually caught it. Okay, so that's all that matters. It eventually got caught. So when you call the bank and you claim fraud, the bank automatically, okay, this is what hopefully she did, I don't know, automatically is going to refund all that money back into the account that day for the duration of the investigation. And if they can't determine that she was responsible for those charges, then she will get a letter in the mail stating that the credit is permanent. Okay, but in the event that you did commit fraud, and we do find out, and believe me, I have caught some liars. Okay, thousands of liars. Caught them right in their own little game. Okay, Civil Service Award winner over here for catching a counterfeiting ring. All right, I'm letting you know right now, in her instance, she will get her money back, but as permanent credit. So as long as she contacted the bank has to give her a temporary credit in the meantime. Okay? So they're not going to be able to determine that she used this card to make these purchases because they're outside of the country. Her card is in her possession, and all she has to say is she didn't authorize the charges. So there's no possible way that she's going to be held responsible for these charges. Okay? Even if she was to, let's just say she uploaded her credit card information. That doesn't mean shit. If you upload your credit card information to Amazon and you save it to Amazon, that doesn't give Amazon the right to go in and just start using your card. Okay? So it doesn't fucking matter. But we are talking about a foreign entity app here. Okay? And like I said in my previous videos, or actually the videos after this one that you saw, that taking this message from. When you download RedNote, they have access to all your information and it goes on the Chinese server. So they were able to obtain her banking information without anything put into the system because it's like spyware. It goes into the phone and they took her information. So that's how you make sense of it, okay? It doesn't, just because they took all her money, and this has happened to me twice, I had my money taken due to a gas station with a skimming device, okay? I reported that gas station. I did my own investigation, found out it was a fucking gas station, filed a fucking police report, did all the things, okay? And I found out it was a fucking gas station. So the gas station had a skimmer, I put my debit card in the thing, right? They took my fucking paycheck. The bank didn't call me and say, oh, all your money's gone. No, I found out. They took it in one full swoop. Okay, so this can happen to anybody, including you, my dear. You might want to reserve the judgment because this can happen to you. Okay? So what you need to do, everybody watching this video, I don't care if you have this app or not, you should be doing this as a precaution. All of your accounts need to have alerts, regardless of the amount of money. So like when I go to the grocery store and I do the tap method, okay, because the tap method is a new security method. Okay, it's a much more advanced method. It's much more difficult for anybody to steal your information. When you swipe the card, you chance the information being compromised more. So I tend to do the tap and pay, or use Apple Pay, tap and pay, right? And Apple Pay encrypts your bank account number with a different number so that it cannot be what do you call it? Compromised. Sorry, lost my train of thought for a second. So if you go into the store and you tap and pay, you should get an instant message from your bank saying a purchase was made at blah 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 for this amount. Okay, but if you see a purchase was made for blah 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 for this amount and you didn't make that purchase, you're going to contact the bank. Now the bank can't do anything about it until it has posted. So if it says pending, okay, because it's going to be pending, you can't get the credit back until it is posted. So the bank will not credit you the money until that actual charge posts, because in a lot of cases, a lot of fraudulent charges drop off, okay? They drop off and they never post to the account. So understand there's difference between a pending authorization and a posted actual amount. So keep that in mind too, that if you see a pending charge on your credit card, you're not going to get an instant refund because it's going to be pending. Okay? So when I said that they're going to give you your money back instantly, that's after it's posted. Okay, so just want to clarify that. All right? Okay, Daisy, does that make sense to you now? Do you understand a little bit more about the industry that I worked in? Do you? Have a nice day. So we're going to try to have a conversation now like adults, because you all claim to be adults. Like clearly in the comments, you are not adults. So we're going to talk about the oppression of Chinese people and the things that they have to deal with, so that Americans can stop whining and crying about how oppressed they are
because in comparison to communist China, you have no idea how lucky you have it. Okay, and for clarification, for any of you who have not seen me, I am a Democrat from Connecticut. Okay, so don't come at me with the other bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I am not a xenophobic. I am an anti-communist. Okay, do you understand that? I am not, because this is a comment that I'm seeing, I am not xenophobic. I am anti-communist. There's a huge difference. Okay, you understand? Are you with me? Communism was abolished in the United States of America in 1954 by Dwight Eisenhower. It is not allowed here. Okay, I grew up in the 80s. This was drilled into me as a child and is still my feeling today. It is a horrible, horrible way to live, and horrible, horrible things are going on in that country that you have no idea about, and you have no idea how lucky you are currently. Even though I know that our government is going in a very bad direction right now, we are nowhere near oppression. So let me show you the receipts. Okay? Can you handle that? So just for verification, like I said, Dwight Eisenhower on August 20. It looks like everybody who is using the Red Book app is now in their fuck around and find out era. So I just duetted 2 Americans, okay? The 2 videos prior to this one. You can watch those so you can get the details and what they're saying. But I'm going to give you the gist right now. The first person is a Chinese American. So in her video, she describes how the Red Book app has now decided that they are going to remove American users from the server and put us on a different server so we can no longer communicate with the Chinese citizens. Like I said, I knew this was going to happen. And the problem with this is that Chinese Americans, their worlds just got smaller because we came on and we took away something that they love. So now the Chinese Americans are not going to be able to interact with their Chinese friends anymore or their Chinese content and culture because we had to be like, yeah, fuck the US government, let's run over to the app, and here we are. So that's the consequence for that situation. I told you guys that you needed to read the service agreement. You could have taken the Chinese version and you could have translated it, but you're like, no, because nothing's going to happen. I warned you about the security risks of using these apps, and you all told me to go fuck myself. Okay? Great. So here's what happened. A young lady had her bank account compromised by the app. They were buying coins because they have some kind of coin program, and they wiped out her bank account. Okay, so when you sign up for the app, the data on your phone, all of it, all the apps you have, all the bank information you have, everything is now in ownership of China on the China server. I don't know why anybody would think otherwise. Okay? Because I knew that banking fraud was going to start happening. And that's exactly what happened to this lady in my second video. So, what do you have to do? I was a previous bank fraud investigator. So, I'm going to tell you what you got to do, and it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. The very first thing you need to do is buy another phone and change your phone number. You will need to do both of those things. Because they now have access to your apps, they also have access to your passwords. Okay? Your passwords have been compromised. You will need to change, if you have an Apple ID, you will need to change the password to your Apple ID. You will also need to change the password to every single app that you use. Every single one. Because they've all been compromised. So, now you're looking at buying a new phone, getting a new phone number, then you're going to have to contact your bank. You're going to have to get the bank to issue you a new account number to your checking and your savings, okay? Not just the card, but the actual bank account number. Okay, you're going to need a new bank account number,
and you're gonna need a new debit card. And then you're gonna have to contact all the credit card companies you have, and you're going to ask for new credit cards. So you have new accounts. And then you're not gonna be able to use any of these cards or accounts until you have gotten a new phone with a new phone number. And you're gonna have to then go and put your information into the phone that way. Okay? So for your email, change the password. Every single thing you had in your phone now, you're gonna have to change the password because you gave the Chinese government permission to access your phone. I told you over and over again that there were going to be security risks, and y'all told me to go fuck myself. Fuck you, America. Fuck you. You fucked around, and now you found out. Remember what I told you. The Chinese government, TikTok, is not a Chinese company. We know this. Okay? But you voluntarily went on a communist app, knowing how the government over there is extremely hostile against Americans. And now they're going to take all that data and start robbing you. This girl lost pretty much all of her money. She can't pay her rent. So you can watch the 2 duets previous to this video. And I did, by the way, I shut the comments off on 4 of my videos because you guys are fucking feral. Okay? Fucking feral. I expect that shit from the other side. I don't expect that shit from you. Okay? Some of you blue people act like animals on here. Okay? Attacking me for providing you with good information and information to keep you out of trouble. But you said, no, fuck you. Okay. This isn't my problem because I didn't download that fucking app. All right, so I'm just letting you know that the comments are off on those videos. I'm done. Like the threats, the fucking harassment, the name calling, done. Even TikTok picked up on it and was like, I told you this is a security risk for you.
For each and every one of you to delete Red Book. You already know Red Book. That's the name of it. After reading terms and conditions last night, I decided that I didn't want that app anymore.
They don't want to ban TikTok because they're afraid of the Chinese government. They want to ban it because they're afraid of the American people. It's important that people understand that, right? When they say it's a national security threat. The threat is you. There's an increased anti-American sentiment on the app. What that really means is an increase in criticism of the American power structure and corruption in the American government. It's not an increase in criticism of the concept of America. People aren't making hate videos about baseball and apple pie. That's not what's happening. This increasing criticism of the power structure is not the app. Right? That's the users on it. That's the way people are using the platform. And it's important to note that most Americans consume content mostly from other Americans. So that's what they're really afraid of, right? They're afraid of Americans talking to other Americans on a platform that they can't seem to figure out how to control the narrative on. And this kind of criticism of the power structure is supposed to be there, right? It's a healthy part of any functional democracy. Really, it's what the media is supposed to be for. That's what they mean when they say that the media is the fourth branch of government.